Thank you for listening to Depictions Media Radio. Welcome to Policy and Rights, the show about human rights and government policy. Okay, welcome back everyone to Policy and Rights here on Depictions Media. I am your host, Michael Clogs, and first let's just dive right into what's happening in British Columbia, where Jane Austen, the BC Lieutenant Governor, delivered the speech. Of course, that speech and letter was prepared by the NDP government and is read in public for all to hear, and it highlights things around goals about increasing relationships with the First Nations and what the BC NDP government has done with COVID-19, of course, and it highlights a few other goals and things that that we might be able to see through the next year from the BC NDP government. So let's listen to what was actually read. Here we go.
Always, it's important that we start by acknowledging the Lekwungen peoples, the Songhees and Esquimalt, upon whose traditional territory we gather today, and to thank them for sharing these lands in peace and friendship. I would also like to acknowledge Elder Butch Dick for the gift of a traditional blessing. Haichka. It is with great sadness that I also acknowledge the passing of His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, at the age of 99 on April 9th, 2021. As the devoted husband and consort to Her Majesty the Queen, the marriage of Her Majesty and His Royal Highness formed a foundation of leadership of the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth for nearly 8 decades. On the occasion of the Queen's Diamond Jubilee in 2012, Her Majesty referred to His Royal Highness as her constant strength and guide. His Royal Highness will be remembered fondly by British Columbians for his devotion to Queen and country, his duties as royal patron, and his ever-keen interest in the lives and work of Canadians. On behalf of all British Columbians, I wish once more to extend my heartfelt condolences to Her Majesty the Queen, the entire royal family, and all the citizens of the Commonwealth on the loss of this steadfast companion and most loyal prince. For the last 4 years, your government has worked to go beyond these important land acknowledgements that I acknowledged first off, and actively forged partnerships with Indigenous peoples. Working together, we have progressed in advancing meaningful reconciliation. Indigenous languages are being revitalized. Child welfare legislation has been improved, so more children rightfully remain with their families and communities. And the fundamental human rights of Indigenous peoples have been enshrined in law with the unanimous passage of the Declaration Act in this legislature. This hard work has only just begun, and to be successful, it must be done together. The pandemic has exposed pre-existing systemic gaps in healthcare, housing, and other basic services. Your government recognizes that our future must be one where we share decision-making and prosperity with the Indigenous peoples who have exercised their inherent rights on their respective territories since time immemorial. As is our tradition, we open the second session of the 42nd Parliament by pausing to remember some of the British Columbians we have lost in the past year. Indigenous leaders and elders, Niska Nation leader Chief Joe Gosnell, Gitxsan leader Neil Starrett, fishing rights trailblazer Ronald Sparrow, healthcare rights advocate Carol Dawson, Indigenous rights defender David Dennis, Hanakshila land protector Elder Cecil Paul, Cree elder and educator Dr. Roslyn Ng. Elected officials who served British Columbians, MLAs Ed Conroy, Helmut Giesbrecht, Lyle Call, Bill King, Ronaldo Angelo Massey, Jim Gorst, Lauren Nicholson, Gordon Hanson, and Ian Waddell. Leaders in sport, curler Paul Devlin, World Cup skier Braden Kuroda, hockey player and coach Phil Maloney, hockey player and broadcaster Howie Meeker, rower Kathleen Heddle, cyclist Jim Davies, soccer coach Tony Waiters, and BC Lions owner David Braley. Prominent contributors to the arts, artist Swain Nyan, jazz musician and educator Hugh Fraser, actor Brent Carver, composer and pianist Linda Nemeth, actor and playwright Taran Kutanyahu, and arts executive Raj Sen. Journalists and media figures, radio host Salman Nasir, photojournalist Ted Grant, and journalist and playwright Bob Sarti. Trailblazing members of the legal community, Constance Dora Isherwood, and human rights lawyer Joe Arve. Leaders in the labor movement, Canadian Farm Workers Union and founder and anti-racism activist Sharon Paul Gill, BCGEU leader John Fryer, and labor activist Kim Manton. Philanthropists, former UBC Chancellor Bob Lee, veteran Rudy Hohenson, and patrons of the art Eric and Shirley Charman. Other community leaders include political watchdog Dermot Travis, war heroes George Chow and Norman Kirby, youth homelessness advocate Catherine McParland, and veteran and founder of the Chinese-Canadian Military Museum, Colonel Hao Yet Lee. We honor their contributions to our province as we mourn their loss. Of course, this has been a year like no other. Tragically, we have also lost over 1,400 British Columbians to COVID-19 and over 1,800 to the overdose crisis since the pandemic began. These are not just numbers. They are our grandparents and elders, our parents and siblings, our colleagues, neighbors, and friends. We acknowledge and share in the grief of British Columbians who have lost someone they love in the past year. The COVID-19 pandemic is the toughest challenge we have faced in more than a generation. Many have had to say goodbye to a loved one too soon. Others have felt the financial stress of job loss or the strains of loneliness and isolation. Every one of us has been called on to do our part and to stay apart to protect the people around us. British Columbians have risen to the task. Healthcare workers leapt into action immediately. Grocery store employees, truck drivers, and farmers kept food on our tables. Teachers, school support staff, and childcare workers carried on their important work under difficult circumstances. Small business owners changed the way they operated to keep workers and customers safe. This year, British Columbia's Medal of Good Citizenship will recognize those who have gone above and beyond in their efforts during this extraordinary time. We've come a long way by looking out for each other. The lessons we have learned over the last year will serve us well as we turn toward recovery. We open this sitting of the legislature at a turning point in our fight to end the pandemic. The threat of new variants means we cannot relax, even as your government accelerates the largest mass immunization program in BC's history. Thanks to the hard work of public health officials, community leaders, and volunteers, our age-based vaccine rollout is ahead of schedule. More than 1 million British Columbians have already received their first dose. Thousands more are being added to that list every day. A new partnership is helping 1,400 people previously working in the tourism and hospitality sectors to get jobs supporting BC's immunization rollout. If vaccine supplies are delivered as scheduled, everyone in BC will be able to receive one by the end of June. With each person who gets vaccinated, all of us become safer, bringing us one step closer to the end of the pandemic. But in a marathon, the final push is the most difficult. This pandemic is no different, as the last few weeks have proven. High case counts mean we must all continue working together to keep each other safe. As we get vaccines into arms as quickly as possible, we must not let down our guard or give up on our layers of protection, not when we are this close to the end. Keeping people healthy and safe until we've crossed the finish line is our collective responsibility. It is an essential precondition for economic recovery and a return to normal life, and it will remain your government's top priority. When the pandemic struck, BC was a fiscal and economic leader in Canada. We were one of Canada's fastest-growing economies with low unemployment rates and steadily rising wages. Despite the challenges of the last year, our strengths remain. We have abundant natural resources and clean technology. We are a gateway to Asia and major ports to North America. And our biggest strength is our people, hardworking, highly skilled, and with a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation. Take life sciences as just one example. BC is home to 300 biopharmaceutical, medical device, and bioproduct companies. COVID-19 has highlighted the enormous benefits offered by this sector. Think of Precision Nanosystems' work on a vaccine, AbCellera Biologics' work on a treatment, or Starfish Medical's development of an ICU ventilator for use in Canadian hospitals. Not only will their work help to bring us out of the pandemic, it will position our province for success in the years ahead. We are already seeing positive indications that the recovery is well underway here in BC. Our province has seen months of sustained growth and currently has the highest job recovery rate in Canada. Under new safety guidelines, BC film and television production has bounced back stronger than ever. The mining sector, which worked closely with government to remain open safely during the pandemic, saw stronger exploration over the past year, more than any since 1913. CN Rail is investing almost $500 million in British Columbia to support growing demand, and Microsoft Canada recently announced it is adding 500 new jobs in Vancouver next year. While these are encouraging signs, there is a lot more we need to do to help the businesses and workers in our hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors rebound and recover, to ensure charitable organizations and the nonprofit sector are supported so that they can support people and communities, to create good jobs while tackling the climate crisis and protecting the environment, and ultimately to position British Columbia to come back even stronger once we have put the pandemic behind us. Later this month, your government will introduce a new budget. All budgets are about choices. This budget will choose to help people now and create the conditions for a strong economic recovery that reaches every British Columbian. It will make health care better while creating new opportunities for people. It will target help to small businesses so they can grow and hire. And it will invest in the infrastructure we need to strengthen local communities. Your government will base its long-term budget plan on several principles of fiscal responsibility that have guided it since day one. First and foremost, your government will protect the public services that British Columbians rely on and have proven critical in our fight against COVID-19. Then, after the pandemic ends, it will carefully return to balanced budgets as the economy recovers. The focus of your government from day one has been to put people first. Even when the pandemic struck, that focus did not waver. Your government moved quickly to provide relief for renters, middle-class families, and the most vulnerable. BC has delivered more direct help for people throughout the pandemic than any other province in Canada. Our province also took a leadership role in protecting workers. We successfully advocated for paid sick leave benefits for workers across Canada during the pandemic. And we amended BC's laws to make sure workers cannot be fired for staying home when they are sick. Your government understood that while COVID-19 has affected everyone, it has not done so evenly. Put another way, we are all in the same storm, but we are not in the same boat. Women have been more likely to lose a job or feel forced out of the workforce. Young people have missed out on work opportunities and vital social connections. Indigenous peoples, Black people, people of color, as well as those working in frontline jobs in the gig economy, have all been affected disproportionately. As we move forward toward better days, your government will make targeted investments to ensure the recovery does not leave people behind. The work of investing in people starts with improving health care. The pandemic has shown that keeping people healthy and safe is the foundation for a strong and resilient British Columbia. 4 years ago, your government set out to deliver faster, more personalized health care closer to home. While much has been accomplished, there is a lot more to do. In the year ahead, your government will continue to improve care for seniors by hiring thousands of new workers for long-term care and by fixing the cracks COVID-19 has exposed. It will reduce wait times by permanently changing the way we deliver surgeries in BC to get more patients their surgeries faster. And it will build more hospitals and urgent primary care centres to ensure quality health care is there when you need it, where you need it. This includes building a new hospital in Surrey and an expanded Richmond Tower to deliver more services in fast-growing communities. COVID-19 has not just affected our physical health, it has also taken a toll on our mental health. People everywhere are experiencing increased anxiety, stress, and depression. Prior to the pandemic, Canada's first standalone Ministry of Mental Health and Addictions was making good progress. Now we will redouble our efforts. Through the upcoming budget, your government will make new investments in the Pathway to Hope plan to improve mental health and addictions care for people. And BC will take action to end the criminalization of simple drug possession that directly leads to stigma and prevents people from seeking services. Our emerging recovery will not be felt fully by everyone if too many people continue to feel weighed down by the cost of everyday life. For the last 4 years, your government has worked hard to make things a little easier. It eliminated MSP healthcare premiums and road tolls. It cut hydro rates and put money back into the pockets of families with the Child Opportunity Benefit. It eliminated interest on BC student loans and launched a grant program to make post-secondary education more accessible. And it took steps to rein in skyrocketing housing prices by introducing a speculation tax that has helped turn 18,000 empty condos into long-term rentals. The pressures created by COVID-19 have made it harder for many who were already struggling to balance a household budget. In the year ahead, additional steps will be taken to make life more affordable for people. Changes at ICBC will deliver a 20% cut to car insurance rates. The reduction is on top of the COVID-19 rebate issued earlier this year and in addition to last year's freeze on rates. This means hundreds of dollars in savings to every driver in BC and an end to the threat of extreme annual increases. Your government will continue to seek opportunities to generate further savings for drivers that are consistent with protecting ICBC's long-term fiscal integrity. Whether you are renting or paying a mortgage, there is no bigger monthly expense for most British Columbians than housing. That's why your government will pursue its goal of a province where everyone has access to a safe and affordable place to call home. This will include new investments through Budget 2021 to help build thousands of missing middle rental homes throughout the province. Your government will help even more families get access to affordable, high-quality childcare and increase the number of $10 a day spaces. This will make life easier and support a strong economic recovery by helping more parents to re-enter the workforce. And your government will also take steps to recognize and retain early childhood educators who have been essential during the pandemic and will be essential to our recovery. Life becomes more affordable, not just when costs go down, but also when incomes go up. In June, BC's minimum wage will increase to over $15 an hour for the first time. This will give the lowest income workers a well-deserved raise, many of whom have worked in essential services throughout the pandemic. Your government has also made permanent the largest ever increase to income and disability assistance rates, and the first ever increase to the seniors supplement. Perhaps most challenged over the last year have been those most vulnerable in our province. This includes people facing housing insecurity. COVID-19 has also made the challenge of homelessness more visible in our communities. Those without a real home or decent shelter, many of whom suffer from mental illness and addiction, have found themselves living in dense encampments, often in city parks. While your government has made unprecedented investments in thousands of new units over the last 4 years, homelessness remains a critical issue that government is determined to confront. That's why it is building new partnerships with municipalities and making new investments to tackle these issues. Combined with new approaches, those with complex health and social needs, these initiatives will help more people from unsafe encampments to more secure housing. Local communities have been on the front lines of COVID-19, and your government has been there to support them from the start. Cash flow relief early on and the BC Canada Safe Restart Agreement ensured local governments could continue providing services and keep the people who provide those services working. As we turn towards recovery, investing in stronger communities will be a key priority. Budget 2021 will make record investments in infrastructure to keep people and our economy moving. Combined with expanded training programs and community benefit agreements, these investments will support good job creation where it is needed. Projects like the Broadway Subway, Patella Bridge replacement, and Highway 1 expansion in the interior, and the final phase of the Kicking Horse Canyon will keep moving forward. The George Massey Crossing replacement will continue to be a priority, and steps will be taken towards building the Surrey-Langley SkyTrain, ensuring the line extends fully to Langley. To support coastal communities, your government will also launch a Made in BC shipbuilding strategy and fight to bring construction of Canada's next polar icebreaker back to BC shipyards. When schools closed for in-class learning last spring, the lives of many families were suddenly turned upside down. Kids were separated from their social networks and cut off from services that they rely on. Parents struggled to balance supervising their children's online learning with their own work responsibilities. This is why your government prioritized quickly and safely reopening schools and ensuring they could stay open. The success and stability of BC's safe school reopening is a testament to the extraordinary collaboration and commitment from all of our education partners. Everyone pulled together in the best interests of kids. Teachers and educational assistants, principals and vice principals, clerical workers, custodial staff, and school bus drivers, superintendents, trustees, and parent advisory councillors. Your government has worked closely with all stakeholders and with the federal government to provide nearly $290 million in new funding for school boards. This investment has put millions of pieces of PPE, thousands of hand sanitizing stations, and hundreds of new frontline staff in our schools. As we prepare for the next school year, your government will continue making investments that will keep our schools safe and classrooms well supported. Just as people and sectors of the economy have not been equally affected by COVID-19, neither have our communities. The pandemic has changed how we work and connect with others, and that can look very different if you're working remotely from one of BC's large urban centres or suburbs versus a rural or remote community. When the pandemic hit, your government acted fast to meet the growing demands and connect more people and businesses in more communities. Now, over 10,000 more households across the province have better internet. Funding provided through the Stronger BC Recovery Plan will add hundreds of kilometres of cell coverage on BC highways, making life safer for people. Your government's upcoming budget will continue this work with new investments to boost digital connectivity in even the most rural communities. Many small and medium-sized businesses also had to adjust, changing the way they operate as more and more people shifted to make their purchases online. Every step of the way, your government has been there to help them adapt to the new reality. The new Launch Online program is helping over 4,000 eligible small businesses to increase their digital presence and build or expand online stores. Throughout the pandemic, your government worked to keep essential offices open safely. There is an old saying that necessity is the mother of invention. Some core services were maintained by moving online or finding appropriate new locations. For example, BC's courts never closed, with the Court of Appeal meeting remotely and some jury trials moved to safer locations in theatres. In the year ahead, your government will look carefully at public service innovations that came about during the pandemic, with an eye to maintaining those elements that offer greater efficiency and make life more convenient for people. The pandemic has dealt a significant blow to artists who rely on live performances to make a living. Not being able to see a play in a theatre or go to the opera or symphony or catch a concert with friends has hurt us all. The arts are the soul of our communities. Your government is working with leaders in the arts community and Dr. Bonnie Henry's team to plan a safe return. Until that return is possible, your government is stepping up and providing additional support to people, arts organizations, and venues. While the pandemic has brought out the best in most people, unfortunately, we have also seen it bring out the worst in some. Hatred and racist actions have been on the rise since COVID-19 began. Anti-Asian hate crimes have increased by over 700% in Vancouver in 2020 alone. Racism has no place in our communities. Everyone has a right to feel safe and respected. Your government is committed to the work that must be done to dismantle systemic discrimination that is still a lived reality for too many in our province. It launched Resilience BC, a new anti-racism network. It has committed to introducing race-based data collection to help identify gaps in services and how to address them. In the months ahead, your government will continue working with communities to develop BC's first anti-racism law and to reform our outdated Police Act. It will also introduce landmark legislation to remove barriers to accessibility and inclusion experienced by British Columbians with disabilities. To honour their contributions and celebrate the diversity of British Columbia, your government will continue building on the recently established Chinese-Canadian Museum and legacy investments that recognize South Asian Canadian heritage. Diversity and inclusion are what make BC's communities so special. Your government will work with you to protect and celebrate this. Small businesses are vital to our local economies and our communities. They help give neighbourhoods their distinctive character. Many of us got our first job at a small business. Even in normal times, it takes skills and tenacity to run a successful small business, faced with thin margins in an ever-changing marketplace. The pandemic has only compounded these challenges with new ones that none of us could have expected. From the outset, your government made it clear that it would help small businesses and their employees get through it. Early on, it cut property taxes, prohibited commercial evictions, and forgave hydro bills. Later, through the recovery plan, it provided tax incentives for businesses to hire workers and a PST rebate to help companies make capital investments in equipment and machinery. It has not always been easy. Things have changed quickly through the pandemic. Your government's response to the uncertainty has been to listen to those on the front lines, ready to respond and adjust as required. For example, your government recently expanded the timelines and adjusted eligibility criteria for the Small and Medium-Sized Business Support Program. The grant is now easier for businesses to qualify for and has increased support for those in the hard-hit tourism sector. In the year ahead, your government will continue to help businesses recover from the short-term effects of the pandemic. And it will keep building an innovative, sustainable, and inclusive economy with an eye to the post-pandemic world. Global markets are changing in ways that offer significant opportunities for BC's goods and services. Prices are expected to continue to reflect environmental, social, and governance aspects of production. British Columbia firms will be able to take advantage of a premium paid for inclusive and sustainable products. For example, agritech is already allowing agricultural, food processing, and seafood sectors to benefit from the use of innovation and technology. By embracing innovation, these producers are enhancing productivity while addressing expectations around the sustainability and traceability of food products. In the year ahead, your government will take additional steps to support innovation and technology. During this session, your government will introduce legislation to support the operations of InBC Investment Corporation. This new strategic fund will help promising BC companies scale up and anchor talent, keeping jobs and investment at home in British Columbia. Building on recommendations from the Premier's Food Security Task Force, your government has created a new agritech concierge that will support food producers and innovators. The pandemic has driven home how lucky we are to live in a place of such natural abundance. From Okanagan cherries to wild Pacific salmon, there has never been a better time to eat the food we love from here at home. Your government will continue to support our growers and producers by investing in our Buy BC program that promotes a wide range of local food products at grocery stores and farmers' markets. Too often, economic growth in our province has come at the expense of the environment. That must change. We can no longer rely on simple resource extraction to generate wealth with no regard to long-term consequences. Your government is determined to continue tackling the environmental challenges that were neglected for too long. This year, it will continue the work of reforming the Forest Act and the Forest and Range Practices Act to meet the challenges of the 21st century. Your government will continue to take action on the independent report on old growth, which recommended important new protection for remaining old growth stands not already protected. New measures will be proposed to increase access to fibre for communities, First Nations, and small businesses. Land management practices will be updated to improve forest stewardship and emphasize environmental protection. The forest sector will be supported to move from volume to value, using innovation to improve management, support communities, and generate economic opportunity. At the same time, your government will move forward with other measures to protect BC's environment, including improving waste management, particularly of plastics. These actions will build on the progress we have made already, like removing over 120 tons of marine debris from BC coasts and shorelines, protecting wildlife and habitat, and planting a record 300 million trees last year. Our economic recovery must become an opportunity to accelerate environmental protection, not an excuse to relax our commitment to sustainability. Central to achieving our goal of a more sustainable economic future on the other side of COVID-19 is British Columbia's Clean BC plan. It is North America's most progressive plan to reduce carbon pollution while creating good new family-supporting jobs. In the year ahead, your government will build on the progress already made. It will continue to foster clean tech innovation through electrification. It will move more industrial activities from fossil fuels to clean hydroelectric power. To make life more affordable for people and reduce emissions, your government is making it easier to buy electric vehicles and working to support emission reductions in transit fleets and heavy-duty trucking. And newly announced sectoral emission targets will keep government accountable as it works with each sector of the economy to reduce emissions while remaining globally competitive. The last year has challenged our province and our people in ways we could never have imagined. From the daily sacrifices made by frontline essential workers to the small businesses that have endured countless obstacles, we owe a huge debt of gratitude to those who have helped us come through it. The difficult times are not yet over. As we begin this legislative session, your government urges you not to lose sight of what has made our province so resilient. A year ago, British Columbians would stand on their front lawns and balconies at 7 o'clock in the evening to bang pots and pans. This nightly, noisy tribute was a way to show our thanks and support to the nurses, doctors, and other healthcare workers on the front lines. This was an extraordinary show of solidarity with those putting themselves at risk to protect the rest of us. In this same spirit of common purpose that we must summon again to get us safely through to the end of the pandemic so that we can start building towards that brighter future we know is possible. Together, we can build a BC where strong public services like healthcare are there when people need them, where we can create good jobs that help us meet the challenges of today and tomorrow, and where we always work in partnership with Indigenous peoples so everyone shares in the prosperity of this land. The future for our province is bright. It is one of hope and opportunity. Now let's get to work ensuring BC comes back stronger than ever for everyone. And finally, I will add my personal thanks to all British Columbians for the generosity, compassion, and resolve you have demonstrated over the past year. Like you, I've been humbled by the selfless work of our healthcare and essential services workers, inspired by the unwavering commitment of our public health leaders, and deeply moved by the humanity of those who house and care for the most vulnerable. I'm filled with gratitude for the cultural and faith organizations that connect us to our common humanity and inspire us to be of service to others. For our professional public servants who have executed some absolute feats of public administration this past year. And for the BC businesses that have moved heaven and earth to keep our supply lines open, our shelves stocked, and our economy functioning. We know better now how to value the unheralded work of all these people upon whom we rely. Let us not forget them when this reality has passed from view, as it surely will. This time has been difficult for all of us, but especially so for those who have lost family members and friends. We hold them in our hearts. And to all of you who serve together in BC's Legislative Assembly, indeed to all who hold elected office, I'm deeply grateful for your leadership, for your collaboration, your tireless work during these extraordinary times. Finally, as a representative of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, Queen of Canada, I want to thank British Columbians for all that you do to care for each other, not only those who share your lives, but also those whom you will never meet. We look forward to better days. Meanwhile, take good care and stay safe. Thank you. Haichika.
Okay, so we are going to hear more from about what is going on with COVID-19 and increasing cases. While the BC public health officials have increased the number of vaccines that have been given out, there have been more and more people vaccinated, but the numbers of people that are getting COVID and actually winding up in hospital have also been increasing. And we're going to hear next from the World Health Organization with Dr. Tedros that cases are increasing globally, and the new variants are being a little tougher to handle. So let's hear what's going on with the World Health Organization, what they have to say about what's going on with COVID-19 and the pandemic.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. In January and February, the world saw 6 consecutive weeks of declining cases. We have now seen 7 consecutive weeks of increasing cases and 4 weeks of increasing deaths. Last week was the 4th highest number of cases in a single week so far. Several countries in Asia and the Middle East have seen large increases in cases. This is despite the fact that more than 780 million doses of vaccine have now been administered globally. Make no mistake, vaccines are a vital and powerful tool, but they are not the only tool. We say this day after day, week after week, and we will keep saying it. Physical distancing works, masks work, hand hygiene works, ventilation works, surveillance, testing, contact tracing, isolation, supportive quarantine, and compassionate care. They all work to stop infections and save lives. But confusion, complacency, and inconsistency in public health measures and their application are driving transmission and costing lives. It takes a consistent, coordinated, and comprehensive approach. So many countries around the world have shown that this virus can be stopped and contained with proven public health measures and strong systems that respond rapidly and consistently. As a result, many of those countries have gained control over COVID-19, and their people are now able to enjoy sporting events, concerts, restaurants, and seeing their family and friends safely. WHO does not want endless lockdowns. The countries that have done best have taken a tailored, measured, agile, and evidence-based combination of measures. We too want to see societies and economies reopening and travel and trade resuming. But right now, intensive care units in many countries are overflowing and people are dying. And it is totally avoidable. In some countries, despite continuing transmission, restaurants and nightclubs are full, markets are open, and crowded with few people taking precautions. Some people appear to be taking the approach that if they are relatively young, it doesn't matter if they get COVID-19. This disease is not flu. Young, healthy people have died, and we still don't fully understand the long-term consequences of infection for those who survive. Many people who have suffered even mild disease report long-term symptoms including fatigue, weakness, brain fog, dizziness, tremors, insomnia, depression, anxiety, joint pain, chest tightness, and more, which are symptoms of long COVID. This pandemic is a long way from over, but we have many reasons for optimism. The decline in cases and deaths during the first 2 months of the year shows that this virus and its variants can be stopped. With a concerted effort to apply public health measures alongside equitable vaccination, we could bring this pandemic under control in a matter of months. whether we do or not comes down to the decision and the actions that governments and individuals make every day. The choice is ours.
Okay, so we heard an urgency put to us listening to what public health officers in our local areas have to say, and following the guidelines that they are providing for us. So let's listen to what Dr. Bonnie Henry had to say on April 12th about new measures and what we can actually do as people to help keep the COVID-19 numbers down.
And to date, we've delivered over 1,112,101 doses of all 3 COVID-19 vaccines across British Columbia. Of those, 87,744 are second doses. And as of today, we know that people 65 and older, Indigenous peoples 18 and over, and people who have received their clinically extremely vulnerable letter can book appointments. Additionally, people age 55 to 65 are eligible, people 55 and over are eligible to get vaccinated with the AstraZeneca vaccine through pharmacies around the province. I'd like to reiterate that while the AstraZeneca vaccine is on pause for people under the age of 55, it is a safe and effective vaccine that's been used in millions of people around the world. And if you are older than 55, I strongly encourage you to get vaccinated as soon as possible. The safety signal that we've been following around the world has been investigated thoroughly, and we are waiting for Health Canada to review that data from the European Medicines Agency and from the UK that came to light last week, and to give us more guidance on the use of this important vaccine here in British Columbia and in Canada. As well, now people 40 years of age and older can register on our Get Vaccinated platform to get onto the registration system, and then you will be contacted when it's your turn to book your appointments as they become available in your community. I also want to talk a little bit about the parallel worker program that we had initially started primarily with the AstraZeneca vaccine. We've continued to focus using that program on transmission hotspots, so high-risk workplaces in the highest spread locations in our province. And that does continue, and we have ramped up that in the last week. So this includes first responders, fire and police services in particular. We know that most of our paramedics have been immunized through our program for healthcare workers. But it includes school staff and childcare staff in hotspots. Right now, we know that the greatest transmission and the highest risk are in communities in Fraser Health, and that is where we've been targeting these programs in the last few days. We will also continue to focus on other hotspots around the province using vaccines to help put the brakes on transmission where we're seeing it happen worst. And that includes places like Prince Rupert and Terrace, and recently Whistler, where we've had ongoing transmission despite our ongoing efforts at outbreak management. We will also be targeting specific neighborhoods as we have more information on where vaccine is needed most. But I will say, for those identified within this program, particularly workers, please be patient. We cannot go to everybody at once. Like our age-based program, not everybody will get it at once, but everybody will get it and have their turn. And we're focusing on where those areas of transmission are highest to start over the next few weeks, and it will spread out from there around the province. This is, I don't need to say, our third wave. And knowing this, we need to chart our best path forward to manage this wave in British Columbia. We have recognized from the very beginning that the impacts of shutdowns And the measures that we take in public health don't affect people equally. And that has been an important consideration that we have taken all along in our management of this pandemic here in British Columbia. But the goals have been the same. Our focus has been on doing all we can to keep people from getting sick, and particularly to keep people from being hospitalized or dying from COVID-19. But at the same time, we have put in measures to ensure that our health care system can still be there for everybody who needs health care when they need it in British Columbia, and that can be done safely. But along with these important programs of minimizing the impact of this virus, we also want to minimize societal disruption, because we know that the measures we put after the physical, emotional, and mental health of everybody in British Columbia is something that we take to heart. And for us, that has meant taking only as much restriction as we need to suppress the virus and ensure that our healthcare system is functioning and that people are protected as best we can. And that has meant we've been able to safely keep most businesses open. Indoor settings. Two people. We've known that from the very beginning, and there's some settings where this happens more easily, and as we've seen these variants of concern that are more transmissible increase in our province, some of those settings have become more risky. Often we are transmitting the virus to those that we are closest to, our families, our communities, our workplaces. As we face a surge in new cases and hospitalizations, we need to focus on the things that will have the biggest impact to break the chains of transmission and slow the spread. And we in public health across this province are working to do just that with every single case and every single contact that we connect with. But it's up to each of one of us to do our part as well. It is our collective efforts that have made the difference so far, and that will continue to make the difference as we weather this part of our storm. To get there are things that we need to do now, and that includes staying home, staying in your immediate neighborhood as much as possible. So if you live in North Van, you should not be traveling to Langley or to Richmond. If you live in the Lower Mainland, you should not be traveling to the island. If you live in Penticton, you should not be going to Sun Peaks or Oliver or Kelowna right now. We need to only do those types of travel if it's essential and nothing more. But we do need to get outside every day. We know there are things that we can do safely, and mostly that means doing them outside and keeping our distance and our safety measures in place. For our own physical but emotional and mental health, everybody should go outside every day, whether it's in your backyard or your immediate neighborhood. Take your family, take your pet, but find some time to go outside and stay small and stay within your household, your work, or your school cohort only. Seeing a small number of people from outside your household outside is allowed, but it needs to be done in a small way, and we are discouraging even that right now. Public health teams across the province are also doing all we can to slow the pandemic down, and if you are contacted and told that you must self-isolate for the 14 days of the incubation period, this is not optional. And businesses, if anyone on your team is ill or has been told to self-isolate, then you need to support them to stay home until they are better and no longer contagious to others in your workplace. Tonight, the new expedited workplace closure provincial health officer order will come into effect, and this order, as we talked about last week, is an alternative to shutting down sectors. Public health has been working hard with businesses that have been impacted by this virus, And it's through no fault of one business. It's not about blaming them. It's about supporting businesses when this virus comes into your workplace to make sure that we can stop the transmission and prevent it from spreading to workers. This means public health teams, with the assistance of WorkSafe BC, will continue to expand our ability to close businesses for 10 days when there have been transmissions in that workplace, to help stop those transmissions and make sure the COVID safety plans are in place to protect everybody in those situations. The list of closed businesses will be published on the Health Authority websites and BC CDC so that we all know where we're having these challenges. This is about supporting businesses when COVID makes its way into those workplaces. We want to keep businesses open and keep people working because we know how that important that is, not just for the economy, but for our health, our physical and mental health, and our communities. But if business is causing transmission, we need to take action. Keeping people working with good COVID safety plans and supporting businesses where transmission has happened is the purpose of this order, and we will work together to make sure that can happen. For our frontline healthcare workers, and I've met so many of you, treating patients in critical care particularly, for people who have loved ones who are not yet vaccinated, and friends who have gone to work without pause throughout this pandemic, show them that you care. Show them that you may feel that your individual actions don't make a difference, but I'm here to tell you again and again, they do. We are part of the team here in BC, and we can support our communities as more and more people are protected with vaccines. This is where we need to work as a team, more so than ever. We need to support each other to get immunized. We need to support each other to stay home if we're feeling unwell. We need to support each other to stay together by staying apart when we're out or when we're in contact with people who aren't in our households. So I am asking everybody, let's get together, do our part today, tomorrow, and next week so we can get through this pandemic and we can look towards the summer when we'll have opportunity again. And at this time of the marathon, of this storm that we've been in for so long, it's so easy to get discouraged, to get angry, to get frustrated. And now more than ever, all of us have to remember that we don't always know the story of that person who's doing something that's driving us crazy. We don't always know what's going on in people's lives and how they're holding it together. So now more than ever, we need to continue to be kind, to be calm, and to be safe. Thank you.
All right, so we heard Dr. Bonnie Henry say that in BC that there are lots of doses of vaccine available, and that there are different ways of getting it depending on your age group. The over 55 can go to a pharmacy, and that groups of special needs people can actually register once they've received a letter for other types of vaccines. And we've seen that British Columbia is moving forward with their plan to vaccinate that province. So, if you're looking for a vaccine and you live in British Columbia, there are ways through the British Columbia website to actually register. If you go to the BC CDC websites. So, the BC government is trying to help a lot of different businesses move forward, a lot of different industries recover, and one of these is aimed actually at the music industry, and they have available of $22.5 million dedicated towards the music industry, and you can find information about that through Amplify BC. And Bob Edith is quoted as saying, "I know what the music industry has gone through this past year because I've been working closely with musicians, producers, and businesses. People told us they needed stability, and we listened. For the first time, the government is committing 3 years of funding for Amplify BC." So that sounds promising for those in the music and film industries. So let's keep moving forward. And next, we heard about a bailout or loan for Air Canada, and this will come from Christy Freeling, and with the federal bailout for Air Canada, and she's going to discuss restrictions and rules and everything that are supposed to go along with this. They have placed a cap on what the executives can actually make while the loan is in place. So let's listen to what she actually has to say and what the rules are behind Air Canada getting a bailout loan from the Canadian federal government.
Thank you. Bonjour et merci de vous être rejoints à nous ce soir. Les compagnies aériennes et notre secteur aérien sont essentiels pour maintenir les liens entre les communautés petites et grandes, rurales et urbaines, à travers notre grand pays. Le maintien d'un secteur aérien compétitif et des milieux de bons emplois qu'il gendre est d'une importance cruciale. Le gagne-pain des travailleurs est d'une importance cruciale et les droits des voyageurs canadiens sont d'une importance cruciale. Today, I am announcing that the Government of Canada will step in to support Air Canada, its nearly 15,000 active employees, and its customers. This support will be in the form of loans that Air Canada will repay to the federal government, and equity, which will give the Canadian government a stake in the company. And this support comes with strict conditions to protect Canadian travelers, Canadians' tax dollars, and Air Canada's workers. The first condition is that regional communities must regain their air connections to other parts of Canada no later than June 1st. That includes the resumption of previously suspended service in Bathurst, Comox, Fredericton, Gander, Goose Bay, Kamloops, North Bay, Penticton, Prince Rupert, St. John, Sandspit, Sydney, and Yellowknife. Pour les 7 aéroports dont les services avaient été annulés de façon permanente par Air Canada, la compagnie tentera de conclure des ententes avec d'autres transporteurs pour s'assurer que les Canadiens et Canadiennes peuvent continuer d'avoir un accès facile aux aéroports de leur choix et aux vols dont ils ont besoin. Ceci comprend Baie-Comeau, Castlegar, Gaspé, Île-de-la-Madeleine, Montjoli, Val-d'Or, et Wabush. Second, any customer of Air Canada who wants a refund for certain pandemic-related cancellations will receive one as soon as reasonably possible. The process for refunds will begin no later than April 30th, 2021. Refunds will be available for travel purchased on or before March 22nd, 2020, for travel after February 1st, 2020, that was canceled by either the passenger or the airline. Refunds will also be available for flights purchased after March 22nd, 2020, where the flight was subsequently canceled by the airline. Significantly, travel agents who were paid a commission for booking airline tickets will not be asked to repay that commission. Third, Air Canada workers' jobs, pensions, and collective agreements will be protected. We also have a guarantee that there will be no further job losses. At the same time, dividends and share buybacks will be restricted, and executive compensation will be capped. Quatrièmement, Air Canada demeurera une client du secteur aérospatial du Canada, lequel compte plus de 130 000 Canadiens. And finally, as with all leave financing, Air Canada will be required to provide climate-related disclosures, including how its future operations will support environmental sustainability and national climate goals. Today's support will come in the form of $4 billion in repayable loans and an equity investment in the airline by the government of $500 million. The government will also provide a separate $1.4 billion loan as a voucher refund facility to Air Canada. All Canadian airlines are eligible to receive a voucher refund loan facility to refund their customers. Let me just say that my Deputy Minister, Michael Sabia, personally led these discussions and secured an agreement that is in the best interests of Canadians. I want to thank him and his team. I'm confident this agreement sets a standard for how such interventions should be designed, with the interests of Canadians and workers coming first. This is a good and fair deal for Canada and Canadians. Il s'agit d'une période difficile et sans précédent pour notre industrie aérienne et ses travailleurs, ainsi que pour les voyageurs canadiens. Les compagnies aériennes sont un secteur stratégique et génèrent de bons emplois pour la classe moyenne de notre pays. Nous sommes déterminés à aider les travailleurs de tous les secteurs de l'économie canadienne qui ont été perturbés et touchés par la pandémie. Nous poursuivons également des discussions avec d'autres compagnies aériennes afin de déterminer le type d'aide dont elles pourraient avoir besoin. Mais comprenez-moi bien, quel que soit l'endroit et le moment où le gouvernement fédéral fournira une aide publique, l'entreprise soutenue devra garantir solidement, comme l'a fait Air Canada, que l'intérêt public sera respecté, que les travailleurs seront protégés et que les intérêts des voyageurs seront défendus. L'annonce d'aujourd'hui respecte ces trois critères cruciaux. J'aimerais maintenant céder la parole à mon collègue, le ministre des Transports, Omar Al-Kabra, avant de répondre à vos questions. Omar, over to you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Prime Minister. Hello, everyone. Bonjour à tous. Aujourd'hui est un jour important. I'm pleased to be with my colleague, Deputy Prime Minister Chrysler Freeland, to announce that we have reached a significant and historic agreement with Air Canada. On a conclu une entente importante et historique avec Air Canada. This agreement will provide $4 billion in repayable loans and an equity investment in Air Canada of $500 million, as well as additional financing through the Canada Enterprise Emergency Funding Corporation. We are supporting workers and the air services that Canadians need, reconnecting communities and getting passengers their refunds. L'annonce d'aujourd'hui est une étape de plus pour soutenir le secteur des transports. A strong and competitive air transport industry is vital for Canada's economic recovery and to build back better for the future. We depend on air transport to deliver goods and for people to travel from coast to coast to coast, as well as internationally. This sector also delivers jobs in our airlines, in maintenance, repair, overhaul, and manufacturing facilities, at airports, at travel agencies, and across our entire economy. And protecting jobs and getting people back to work in the sector has always been one of my top priorities as Minister of Transport. The global COVID-19 pandemic caused a huge sudden decline in passenger traffic. That had major implications for Canada's air carriers and airports. And with the financial support announced today and the restart of the airline industry, many Canadians will be able to get to work. With today's announcement, Air Canada has also committed to protect jobs, to respect collective bargaining agreements, and protect workers' pensions. Today's announcement will also help many Canadians whose money has been tied up in vouchers for canceled air tickets. In November, our government said that the federal support to airlines would be contingent on them providing refunds. And this agreement with Air Canada reaffirms that commitment. Our agreement also affirms that commissions for travel agents will be protected. And I'm pleased to say that we have agreed with Air Canada that refunds should be issued as soon as possible, beginning and finishing in the coming weeks and months. Today is also a good news day for communities where services were reduced or canceled due to COVID-19. The agreement we're announcing today will help to reestablish essential lifelines for economic activity and will help to reconnect Canadian communities. This deal also ensures that Air Canada remains a significant customer and supporter of Canada's aerospace sector. Air Canada will now be able to complete its planned purchase of the Airbus A220, which will in turn support workers and companies across our entire Canadian supply chain. So this announcement tonight marks a great milestone in our efforts to help Canadians and our economy weather the impacts of the global pandemic and build back better. But rest assured that we continue to have active discussions with other airlines as well. On continue aussi à avoir des discussions avec d'autres compagnies aériennes. We do have more work to do, but this is a major step. We continue to work toward a safe return to a normal state of air travel within, to, and from Canada. In the meantime, we continue to emphasize now is not the time for unnecessary travel. The health and safety of all Canadians will always be our top priority. La santé et la sécurité des Canadiens seront toujours notre priorité. But we know that a strong and competitive air transport sector is vital for Canada's economic recovery. And today, we are demonstrating our commitment to helping this sector. And we will continue to work with Canada's airlines and airports because a strong Canadian air sector will contribute to build a stronger and more competitive Canada. Thank you. Merci.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister. We will now take questions from the phone. One question, one follow-up. Nous allons maintenant prendre des questions au téléphone. Une question et un suivi. Merci. Operator.
Thank you. Merci. Please press star 1 at this time if you have a question. S'il vous plaît, appuyez sur étoile 1 maintenant pour poser une question. There will be a brief pause while the participants register for questions. Il y aura un court délai vous permettant de vous enregistrer dans la file d'attente pour la période de questions. Thank you for your patience. Merci de patienter. The first question is from, la première question est de Christopher Reynolds de Canadian Press. Please go ahead, à vous la parole.
Hi, Ministers. Thanks very much for taking our questions. One question around executive compensation. Former Air Canada CEO Calin Rovinescu received compensation in 2019 of nearly $13 million. I'm wondering if that kind of compensation is still feasible under the terms of this agreement, and if you could maybe give us a few more concrete examples of how executive compensation is being restricted with this package.
Hi, Chris, and thank you for working late tonight. Executive compensation is restricted under the terms of this agreement. There is a cap of $1 million.
Is that for salary or for total compensation? I just wanted to clarify before moving on to my next question.
Total compensation.
And secondly, thank you for that. When it comes to refunds, do we know if passengers who will receive refunds or be eligible for refunds are all those who have had their flights canceled, or is it only those passengers who did not accept flight credit?
So the specifics on the refunds are the real key criteria is when you booked your flight. So you will have refunds available for travel that was purchased on or before March 22nd of last year for travel after February 1st of last year that was canceled either by the passenger or by the airline. And then refunds will also be available for flights purchased after March 22nd of last year, but where the airline canceled the flight. So those are the main criteria.
Thank you. Prochaine question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from, la prochaine question est de Raymond Filion, TVA. À vous la parole. Please go ahead.
Merci. Bonsoir, Mme Freeland. Air Canada devra rembourser à quel taux et sur quelle période les milliards que vous annoncez ce soir?
Merci, Raymond. Air Canada, tous les détails financiers seront publiés, mais en général, les crédits doivent être remboursés dans une période de entre 5 et 7 ans. Et il y a aussi un élément d'achat du côté du fédéral des actifs du Air Canada.
OK. Êtes-vous en mesure de nous dire à quel taux? Et également, j'aimerais savoir, le Canada est le seul pays du G7 qui n'avait pas encore annoncé de plan d'aide spécifique pour l'industrie aérienne. Pourquoi ce fut si long avant que vous annonciez un plan et seulement pour une compagnie? Qu'est-ce qui a été aussi long?
On a discuté commençant en automne avec les compagnies aériennes. Pour nous, pour le fédéral, la chose importante était d'avoir un bon accord pour le Canada, pour les Canadiens, et aussi d'appuyer le secteur aérien. Mais pour nous, c'était absolument crucial d'avoir un accord qui a remboursé les voyageurs, qui a protégé les travailleurs, qui a protégé les achats d'avions du côté du compagnie et qui a aussi protégé les voyageurs des aéroports régionaux. Alors, pour nous, c'était important d'avoir une discussion qui était assez compliquée assez difficiles. Mais ces conditions étaient absolument fermes du côté du fédéral et aussi les conditions concernant la compensation. Et je finirai en disant que c'était important pour le fédéral d'avoir en bout de ligne un accord avec les compagnies aériennes qui était un accord gagnant pour le fédéral. Vous avez aussi demandé qu'est-ce qu'on fait avec les autres compagnies aériennes. Comme j'ai dit, les conversations sont compliquées, sont difficiles, mais je peux dire que on continue de discuter avec les autres compagnies aériennes, incluant WestJet, avec qui on a maintenant des discussions constructives.
Merci. Next question.
May I just add something to what the Deputy Prime Minister said? I also want to talk about the fact that yesterday we are announcing the deal that we reached with Air Canada, but the aviation sector has been receiving support from our government for a while now. The total of wage subsidies that aviation sector has received now surpasses $2 billion. Last fall, the Deputy Prime Minister in the fall economic statement announced over $1 billion for regional airports and remote air services that connects regional communities. Sunwing was announced to have also reached an agreement under the LEAF program just in February. So this is another step that builds upon many steps that have taken place over the last month. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from, la prochaine question est de Alison Lampert from Reuters. Please go ahead. À vous la parole.
Yes, thank you. So Air Canada's release talks about conditions such as restricting certain expenditures, dividends, share buybacks, and the senior executive compensation that you discussed before. So could you clarify, please, whether the $1 million is just for the CEO's compensation or whether that's for all executives, and elaborate on the other points?
Sorry, Alison, I had to unmute myself. Yes, the agreement we reached caps executive compensation at Air Canada to $1 million. And the payment of dividends and share buybacks are not allowed.
Okay, fair enough. And can you tell us, is this sort of a framework?
I think it's very fair, Alison.
Sorry. No, what I said was, could you tell us whether this is a framework for a future deal with WestJet?
One of the things that has become clear in these negotiations is that the value to Canada of having two national airlines, WestJet and Air Canada. Competition is good for Canada, and it is good for Canadian travelers and Canadian workers. It's also become really clear that each of those national airlines has some very specific characteristics. We are having good discussions with WestJet, discussions that I would characterize as constructive. And the basic general requirements of the Government of Canada, of course, will be the same. The importance of refunds, the importance of restoration of regional routes, the importance of maintaining employment, the importance of restrictions on executive compensation. But the precise shape of an agreement will depend on the specific needs of each airline.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from, la prochaine question est de Rafi Boudjikanian de CBC News. Please go ahead. À vous la parole.
Thank you very much. Why are taxpayers now footing the bill to pay back air travelers' refunds rather than the airlines themselves?
Taxpayers aren't footing the bill. This is a loan facility, and the Government of Canada fully expects to be paid back.
Okay, and my second question would be, how much do you estimate it will cost to pay back all passengers out for refunds across Canada if we start including the other airlines as well?
So I said in my announcement that the refund facility for Air Canada is $1.4 billion. That facility is open to all airlines in Canada if they would like to work with us to refund their passengers. And we are in discussions with all of them. Details on the work that we conclude with each specific airline will be disclosed as we conclude that work.
Okay, thanks very much.
Merci.
Thank you.
Prochaine question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from, la prochaine question est de Julien Arsenault de la Presse canadienne. Please go ahead. À vous la parole.
Oui, bonjour, Madame Freeland. Les conditions entourant les dividendes, rachats d'actions et restrictions sur la rémunération des hauts dirigeants, tout cela est pour combien d'années exactement? Est-ce que c'est pour 1 an, 5 ans, 10 ans?
Merci pour la question, Julien. Les restrictions durent pour le temps du crédit.
OK, donc c'est combien de temps?
Ça dépend. Ça dépend des décisions financières de compagnies aériennes.
En sous-question, Air Canada avait annulé des commandes d'Airbus A220 l'automne dernier. Je comprends que ce qui a déjà été annulé va rester pour Air Canada. Pourquoi ne pas leur avoir demandé de commander ces avions qui ont été annulés à l'automne, justement pour soutenir l'industrie aérospatiale?
Cet accord qu'on a négocié avec Air Canada est un excellent accord pour l'industrie aérienne du Canada et les intérêts d'industrie aérienne du Canada étaient une considération très importante pour le fédéral. Et pour cette raison, l'accord garantit que le plan que Air Canada a maintenant pour les achats d'avions est absolument confirmé. Air Canada a publiquement confirmé qu'ils vont conclure l'achat de 33 avions Airbus de A220. C'est une bonne nouvelle pour Mirabel.
Merci. On va prendre une dernière question au téléphone. One last question on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you. Merci. The last question is from, la dernière question est de Mackenzie Gray de CTV News. Please go ahead. À vous la parole.
Hi, Minister Freeland. Can you tell us why the federal government took an equity stake in Air Canada?
Yes, because it was very important for us to get a good and fair deal for Canada and for Canadians, and for Canada and for Canadians to take part in any upside of this support that we're offering to Air Canada.
The Americans gave an airline bailout in April of 2020. Now it's April of 2021. What took your government so long to get this deal done?
Well, first of all, as Omar quite rightly pointed out, we have been there from the very outset, providing considerable support to Canadian airlines and indeed to all Canadian companies. Canadian airlines have received more than $2 billion from the federal government in the wage subsidy. That has protected a lot of jobs, and we are glad that we were able to provide that support. Now, when it came to very specific, tailored support to the airline sector, it was our government's view that two conditions needed to be met. First of all, we needed to protect certain key interests of Canadians. We needed to be sure that Canadians had their vouchers refunded. We needed to be sure that workers were protected. We needed to be sure that regional routes were restored. And we needed to be sure that there was fairness in terms of limits on executive compensation and share buybacks and dividends. So that was one set of important conditions for us. And the other set of important conditions for us was we were determined to get a good deal for Canada and Canadians. We wanted a good deal, not just any deal. And getting a good deal can sometimes take a little time.
Okay, so in this next segment, Jagmeet Singh is going to come on and he's going to talk about the importance of the federal Liberal government actually ensuring that there is going to be a budget this year and other things that the Liberal government should actually be doing. And one of the reporters, as you're going to listen, asked about an election, and Jagmeet Singh is actually quoted as saying that nope, they're not going to actually go after a way to trigger a vote or election at this time. So let's listen to what he has to say.
Bonjour, greetings everyone. I want to start off by talking about the phone call or the conversation I'll be having with the Prime Minister later on today. I want to outline a couple of things I'll be raising with the Prime Minister. First off, we are in an urgent and serious crisis with the third wave hitting harder than the previous waves. We're seeing record numbers of cases in Ontario and cases across the country increasing. We know that with this urgent and serious situation, people are frustrated, they are worried, and they are afraid. So we need to immediately act. There's two things that Justin Trudeau can do right now that would help people and alleviate some of the pressures that people are feeling. First off, we need to get everyone in this country vaccinated. So we need the federal government to play a more active role in the actual vaccination. We need an all-hands-on-deck approach. It's not enough to just sit on the sidelines. There has to be an active participation of the federal government in getting everyone vaccinated. Secondly, we know one of the most important tools to fighting the spread of COVID-19 is paid sick leave. And we've been calling for improving the current program offered. It is just not good enough. We've heard from experts we need to make paid sick leave better so that workers can no longer make the impossible choice of going into work sick or staying at home, not knowing if they'll have enough money at the end of the month to make their bills. We have to immediately improve paid sick leave. These are two things that can be done right away. In general, the Liberals have done a lot of, frankly, phony promises around things like childcare. We know that more than ever we need it. So we want to see concrete actions, that they're actually committing to investing in universal, accessible childcare for all. Women have been hard hit. They're stretched thin. They're frustrated and at their end just trying to care for children, care for sick elderly loved ones. And on top of that, having lost their job or not being able to find childcare just makes it all the more harder. So we need to see real commitments to that. Pharmacare. This is, again, decades-long Liberal promise they continue to break. Again, we're frustrated. People are frustrated with just the fake words, the fake promises. We need to see real action. This will help people. In this pandemic, more and more people who are already on the brink lost some income, lost their jobs, and now are no longer able to afford the medication they need more than before. There were already millions. Now there's even more on top of that. So we need to make sure people can get their medication. And finally, a big question that comes up is that how do we pay for this? And it certainly should not be those that have already sacrificed, workers that lost their jobs, small businesses that have shut down and may never open again. It shouldn't be them that have to bear the burden of the cost of the pandemic and the recovery. But we know that there are many that have enjoyed record profits and significant profits in this pandemic. The ultra wealthy should pay their fair share. This is something that many people agree with. There's a wide consensus in Canada. We want to see in the budget a real commitment to that. And then the last point, the Liberals took a lot of glee in pointing out that the Conservatives don't believe in a climate crisis. Well, the Liberals don't act like there's a climate crisis. We look at their track record. Their price on pollution exempts the biggest polluters. They continue to subsidize the oil and gas sector with millions and millions of dollars. And they bought a pipeline. They've shown again and again with their actions that while they may take glee in pointing out the Conservatives don't care or don't believe there's a crisis, the Liberals certainly aren't acting like there is one. We've got an opportunity in this recovery and in this budget to see investments, real investments, to create good jobs that help us reduce our emissions. Donc, en français, je veux dire que c'est une situation urgente. On est dans une nouvelle crise et c'est la troisième vague. Avec la troisième vague, c'est clair que ça frappe fort. Et ce qu'on doit faire dès maintenant, j'exige le gouvernement et j'exige de Justin Trudeau de faire immédiatement, rapidement, c'est premièrement de mettre tous les efforts possibles pour vacciner toute la population. Deuxièmement, on sait qu'un programme de congé de maladie payé, c'est essentiel, c'est un outil essentiel pour faire face à la propagation de la COVID-19 parce que c'est dans les milieux de travail où on a vu les infections les plus rapides. Donc, ce qu'on doit faire, c'est d'améliorer le programme qu'on a déjà proposé et on a déjà dit qu'on doit l'améliorer. Donc, on exige du gouvernement de faire ces deux choses immédiatement. En plus, dans le budget, ce qu'on veut voir, on veut voir toutes les choses que les libéraux ont déjà promis depuis des décennies. On veut voir un investissement dans le système de garde parce que c'est essentiel qu'on a plus des opportunités pour les femmes de retourner au travail. Elles étaient frappées fort par la pandémie. Ils ont perdu leurs emplois. Ils ont beaucoup de pression sur les épaules pour donner l'appui, pour prendre soin de leurs enfants, pour prendre soin de leurs proches plus âgés. Donc, c'est tellement difficile pour les femmes. Et on doit avoir plus des investissements dans le système de garde. Assurance médicaments universelle et publique, ça va aider tout le monde. Encore, on va voir des actions concrètes. Et finalement, je pense que c'est vraiment une grande question. Tout le monde pense qui va payer le prix ou qui va payer la facture pour la relance et la pandémie en général. On propose, ça ne doit pas être les travailleurs et travailleuses qui ont déjà sacrifié beaucoup. Ça doit être les ultra riches, les grandes compagnies qui ont gagné des profits records. C'est eux qui doivent payer le prix pour la relance. Donc, on va continuer de mettre la pression pour voir ça. Et finalement, dernière chose, les libéraux étaient tellement excités de dire que les conservateurs ne croient pas qu'il y a une crise climatique. Mais les libéraux n'agissent pas comme il y a une crise climatique. Leurs actions sont claires. Ils ont acheté un pipeline. Ils continuent d'exempter les grands pollueurs. Ils ont subventionné les grandes compagnies pétrolières. Donc, ils ont montré avec leurs actions qu'ils n'agissent pas comme il y a vraiment une crise climatique. Donc, c'est quoi la différence? On va continuer de mettre pression pour voir des actions concrètes dans le budget pour la relance d'investir dans une économie renouvelable, une économie durable, où on investit pour créer des bons emplois qui réduisent nos émissions. Avec ça, merci beaucoup. With that, thank you very much. Et je suis prêt pour vos questions, ready for any questions you might have.
So we'll now take questions, starting with questions on the phone. As usual, one question, one follow-up per reporter. Nous allons maintenant prendre les questions, commençant par les questions au téléphone, comme à l'habitude. Une question suivie par journaliste. Operator, do we have a first question?
Thank you, merci. The first question is from Catherine Lévesque, La Presse canadienne. La parole est à vous.
Bonjour, M. Singh.
Bonjour.
Je voulais vous entendre. Oui, bonjour. Je voulais vous entendre sur l'entente, en fait, qui a été annoncée entre le gouvernement fédéral et Air Canada hier. Je me demandais si c'était une entente qui convenait au NPD, à votre avis.
Merci pour la question. Donc, quelque chose. Premièrement, je veux souligner le fait que ça a pris trop longtemps pour avoir une telle entente. Les autres pays de G7 ont déjà fait des ententes pour appuyer les travailleurs et travailleuses dans ce secteur. On sait que c'est un secteur qui a été frappé un des plus forts parce qu'il il n'y a virtuellement pas des voyages maintenant, donc c'est tellement difficile pour les travailleurs et travailleuses. Donc, il y a quelques éléments positifs, mais encore, on veut regarder comment le gouvernement a des vraies contraintes ou des garanties que ces financements vont aller pour protéger les emplois. On a déjà perdu trop d'emplois, donc c'est essentiel qu'il y ait des forts critères pour garder les emplois. En plus, un élément qui est un peu manqué dans l'entente, c'est la clarification ou des garanties pour savoir si les Canadiens et Canadiennes, les gens qui ont déjà acheté un billet, est-ce qu'ils vont vraiment avoir un retour d'argent et dans une manière vite ou rapidement dans un bon temps. Donc ça, c'est quelques éléments, mais en général, l'idée d'appuyer des travailleurs, c'est important. Maintenant, on va avoir avec cette entente un peu de pouvoir comme des demi ou des partiels propriétaires. Donc, on doit utiliser ce pouvoir comme pays pour s'assurer qu'on garde les emplois, que ce n'est pas que les dirigeants reçoivent un grand montant d'argent. C'est essentiel qu'on utilise l'argent pour garder les emplois et protéger les travailleurs.
Et puis, donc, vous allez parler à M. Trudeau après la période de questions. On a vu quand même ce qui s'est passé en fin de semaine. M. Trudeau qui vous a ignoré pendant son discours. Vous avez passé votre discours à plutôt attaquer le gouvernement libéral. Donc, on sait de quoi vous allez parler, mais je me demandais quelle sera votre approche lors de cet appel. Est-ce qu'on peut s'attendre à une main tendue, à une rencontre cordiale, ou est-ce que vous allez encore être en mode attaque aujourd'hui?
Pour moi, ce n'est pas seulement d'attaquer seulement pour attaquer. Pour moi, c'est motivé parce que j'ai peur pour les gens. Et à ce moment, dans cette crise, j'ai peur pour les gens. Je sais que cette troisième vague frappe fort et ça m'inquiète beaucoup. Et ce que je veux faire, c'est de channeler cette frustration des gens et de montrer comment les gens sont frustrés et comment on doit agir. Donc, je vais encore cibler les gens et comment on peut les aider avec des propos, comme j'ai dit, on doit améliorer l'accès et le programme en général, le programme de congé de maladie payé. On doit rapidement mettre tous les efforts possibles pour vacciner toute la population. Et ce que j'ai dit dans le budget, on veut voir un budget qui aide les gens dans ce temps difficile. Donc, c'est ce que je veux faire. Mais mon approche, c'est toujours de défendre les gens et de être leur champion, de montrer leur douleur, leur frustration et comment on peut les aider.
Opérateur, prochaine question.
Thank you. Merci. The next question is from Thomas Laberge, Radio-Canada. La parole est à vous.
Oui, bonjour, M. Singh.
Bonjour.
Je voulais vous entendre sur ce qui s'est passé à l'Université Laurentienne. Donc, j'imagine que vous avez pris connaissance de cela hier. J'aimerais savoir si vous étiez Premier ministre aujourd'hui, qu'est-ce que vous feriez dans ce dossier-là?
Merci pour la question. Donc, j'ai visité cette université dans le passé. C'est essentiel pour le nord de l'Ontario, mais aussi c'est un des deux endroits essentiellement où on peut poursuivre les études en français en Ontario. Donc, c'est vraiment important pour la francophonie, c'est important pour l'éducation, c'est important pour le nord de l'Ontario. Donc, je pense que c'était un moment pour le gouvernement fédéral d'agir. On a déjà proposé que le gouvernement fédéral doit jouer un rôle. Je vais continuer de mettre la pression parce qu'ici, on ne peut pas laisser tous ces programmes être abolis. Effectivement, tout le programme français était en train d'être aboli. Donc, tout ça, c'est complètement pas juste, c'est inacceptable. Donc, je veux protéger cette université et les investissements dans le nord de l'Ontario. Et comment on peut le faire? Je pense qu'on doit penser de tous les outils possibles pour avoir un impact, pour sauver cette institution, mais plutôt pour aider les gens, la francophonie, l'éducation, les investissements dans le nord. Just English on that last question. So I've been to the university in Sudbury. This university is essential for the North. It's essential for French-speaking people in Ontario. There's really only 2 full-time universities that you can attend, all in French, and this is one of them. And the loss of that university is going to be crippling to the North. It's going to have a very devastating impact. So I think we should have an approach where everything's on the table to protecting the university. Really, we want to protect the ability to have French language taught and learned by students, and also investments in the North. Investments in education are investments in the future, and we will never be able to realize our full potential if we don't have access to higher education, particularly in communities that have often been ignored. So I really believe there's a role that the federal government can play in helping to protect this university, to continue the services and the programs. Et puis, je pense que vous avez un suivi, ou non?
Oui, mais c'est ça. Mais plus concrètement, l'université s'est justifiée en disant, par exemple, qu'il y avait des programmes où il y avait très peu d'étudiants. Donc, on comprend que c'est des programmes qui sont peut-être pas très rentables. Est-ce que ça veut dire qu'il faudrait, selon vous, que le gouvernement investisse des sommes importantes pour préserver ces programmes-là?
Oui, comme j'ai dit, je pense qu'on doit utiliser tous les outils possibles. Je pense qu'on doit avoir une approche où toutes les possibilités sont ouvertes pour garder ces programmes. Donc, je maintiens cette position qu'on doit avoir une approche ouverte et de penser avec tous les études possibles comment on peut sauver ces programmes.
Opérateur, prochaine question.
Thank you, merci. The next question is from Cormac McSweeney from City News. Please go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Wondering if you have any concerns at all about the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, given the pause that the U.S. is hitting on use of that shot due to concerns about very rare blood clots that have popped up in patients. And what do you think this impact might have on vaccine hesitancy here in Canada?
I appreciate the question. I think in general, this is why the question of vaccine hesitancy is what really worries me. And it is essential that we are very clear that vaccines are vital. They are one of the best things that we have in our healthcare system to keep people safe. They're one of the best innovations that we've done in medical science. And so with the delays, with the lack of clarity, with the lack of supply, there's many factors that are contributing to vaccine hesitancy. And that's one of the things I'm really worried about. When it comes to whether a vaccine or any medication should be used or not used, I really think this is vital to listen to the public health experts. We've got great experts here in Canada. I will take their lead in terms of assessing the dangers and then follow their lead in terms of letting people know. But if I can, with whatever platform I have, I want to encourage people, get the vaccine. The vaccine, until we know otherwise, vaccines are one of the most important tools to fighting disease generally. But in specific, this pandemic, I will be taking whatever vaccine I'm able to get as soon as I'm eligible. And I think it's really important for everyone to get vaccinated.
And on as my follow-up, just on the budget, you say you want to see real action on national child care from the Trudeau government, and you have a list of priorities as you head into this meeting with the Prime Minister. But what leverage do you really have as a party when you've said that you've already you're not going to take down this government in the pandemic and force an election? And since the budget will be a confidence test, then that pretty much assures us that you'll be supporting the budget to keep the government alive through this pandemic. So what leverage do you really have to force the government to make changes to its policies based on what you want?
On the question of leverage, the Liberal government wants an election. They've made it really clear. So whether our support for the actual budget is not probably a concern for the Liberals, because they want an election. They want an excuse to go to an election. They've signaled that a bunch of different ways. But what we're going to channel is the frustration of people and the commitments they made to people. So I want to be the voice of the people that have been frustrated of decades of Liberals saying that they're going to bring in childcare, and they're not. I want to remind them they've made this promise for decades, that people have been expecting this for decades. And right now, we're in a situation where women have been hard hit. They are frustrated. They are at their end, stretched so thin with having to care for kids, having to care for sick loved ones that are elderly. And on top of that, many have lost their jobs. Many can't find childcare. This is really important. And so I'm going to channel the frustration of people that I've met who want to see real investments in childcare. And I'm going to put it to the Prime Minister, to Justin Trudeau. You promised to do this. Where's the action? You promised it. Your party's promised it for decades, been in power for decades, have not done it. Get it done. Like, this is the time. We're in a pandemic, which has shown how important this is. Really, I'm going to put the pressure on Justin Trudeau to explain why he's breaking this promise yet again.
And we'll now take questions from the room. Chris?
Mr. Singh, Chris Reynolds, Canadian Press.
Hey there.
The Liberals have hinted strongly, particularly Finance Minister Freeland, that they will take some kind of concrete step on childcare. If there is something sufficiently concrete and in the way of a budget, a financial commitment, would that potentially earn your approval, or would that not even be enough because you have to wait until the concrete action is actually taken? Is there a chance you'll approve of some kind of concrete step that comes forward in the budget?
On this point, I think, justified in being pretty cynical, because there has been just so many times when the Liberal government and Justin Trudeau and Liberals in general have said one thing and just done the other. Like, they campaigned on pharmacare, saying that it was going to be universal. They believe in it. They commissioned a report. Their report clearly states that they need to have legislation, which we then presented, and they voted against it. They literally voted against a recommendation of their own report for something that they campaigned that they would do. So I'm pretty cynical about the Liberals and their words, because they don't back it up, and Justin Trudeau certainly hasn't backed it up a lot of times. So I'm worried about that. This is going to be another announcement in a budget, but they're not going to follow through, or it's going to be a half measure. It's not going to be enough to actually bring in the universal daycare and childcare that's needed. To highlight how important this is, this should be one of the pillars of the recovery. That's how important it is. And we'll see if they actually back it up with real action. I've been let down. I think more importantly, Canadians have been let down a lot of times.
The Liberals, just now you have spoken about the priorities of paid sick leave, of childcare, national pharmacare, a wealth tax, climate action. If the Liberals in their budget this week fail to follow through sufficiently on any of those fronts, or let's say on all of those fronts, is there a chance then that you would not support the budget?
I really appreciate the question. It's a very fair question. I want to just be really clear. I think first and foremost, if the Liberal government fails to deliver on things that they've promised to do for decades, and they promised to do very recently in the last election, they are failing Canadians. They have to answer to Canadians who they made the promise to. If they break again another promise, they've got to answer to Canadians. That's first and foremost. For me, I've been really clear on this point because I think it's important. We are right now, imagine the budget is introduced, a confidence motion, and we vote against this, triggering an election in the middle of a third wave. Ontario's in a lockdown. Numbers are increasing across the country. People are angry and frustrated and afraid. That would be the wrong thing to do. I do not think that would be a symbol of leadership to plunge the country into an election at this time. And I've said the priority has to be getting everyone vaccinated. That's got to happen before we even think about an election. So I've taken that position really thoughtfully, and I'm going to maintain that. I think it's wrong if the Liberals try to trigger an election while we are still not yet through this, and particularly when we're not yet been vaccinated. They would be wrong to do, and I maintain that.
Hi, this is David Thurton from CBC News. I'm just looking at NDP Twitter right now, and there's some people who are saying that, if we're going to give this much money to Air Canada, we should nationalize it. Do you agree with that?
Well, I'm very favorable to the idea of having our public infrastructure remain public, and I love the idea of making sure that programs that lift people up are universal. So I'm always open to that. In this case, the current proposal has some positive signs, but I'm worried, like many people are, about two key things. One is making sure it all goes towards protecting workers. That's really important to me. We have to support sectors that are hard hit, but we have to make sure it actually keeps people employed. And secondly, the thing that I'm really worried about as well is that there's no real, there needs to be better constraints in making sure that none of the money goes to bonuses for executive suite, that none of it ends up going to shareholders. That should not even be a question. And that there's more protections in place to make sure that customers who bought tickets get a timely reimbursement. And those are questions that remain. I think because we'll have some ownership, that we should use that ownership to leverage to make sure there's always a focus on keeping people employed. And I think we should use that position that we'll have with, I think it's like 6 to 10% ownership. We should use that to have leverage on making sure the company follows through on keeping people hired.
So do you think MPs should be allowed to vote on this aid for Air Canada? And also, can we get your reaction to the Yukon election? I mean, basically, there's one riding where it's undecided, and it's between a Liberal and an NDP MP.
Should MPs be able to vote on it? I think generally, whenever we have an aid package, having the scrutiny of Parliament is a good thing, and reviewing it and making sure it does what it's supposed to do. I think about in 2007, 2008, in the crisis where the Conservatives just basically wrote blank checks to a whole bunch of companies that took the money and then shut their doors and left the country. And that is an example of how not to do things, how without credit, without accountability, and without strings attached, that money was given that ended up not actually helping the workers. So that's not how things should happen. So scrutiny and oversight, I think, are important. So bring it to Parliament so that we can assess it. There's merit to that. One of the big problems is it's taken a long time, and this has been really slow, and a lot of people have already lost their jobs. So there's an urgency here in terms of getting this done quickly so we can save some jobs and save the sector. So that is also a competing interest. And on Yukon, Kate Young, our leader, ran a great campaign. Kudos to her and her team. And yeah, it's an interesting situation right now. It is literally deadlock, one seat. And the New Democrats will be, I think, in a position of a balance of power either way. But I hope that the people get someone that's going to fight for them. And I've always been saying New Democrats fight for people. We're committed to making sure people are front and center with real proposals in the Yukon. Kate Young ran on some similar things that we believe in. Dental care was a big push of her campaign, and hopefully something that moves forward. So I'm hopeful that the people will get someone that fights for them, and I hope that's. And I've said before, I believe New Democrats always fight for people.
And I'll check one more time if we have a question on the phone, operator.
Thank you, merci. La prochaine question de Boris Proulx, Le Devoir. La parole est à vous.
Bonjour, M. Singh.
Bonjour.
Si j'ai bien compris votre réponse précédente, il n'y a aucun élément que vous voulez absolument voir dans le budget sans quoi vous allez voter contre. Autrement dit, peu importe ce que dans le budget, votre idée est déjà faite, vous allez voter pour.
Effectivement, ce que j'ai dit, et je pense que vous avez résumé ce que j'ai dit, mais sans la motivation. La motivation, c'est important. Donc, pour moi, je pense dans une troisième vague de la COVID-19, avec les chiffres qui augmentent à travers les pays, avec un nombre record de cas en Ontario, avec vraiment une crise dans les hôpitaux. J'ai parlé avec des médecins qui disent qu'on est maintenant dans une situation où c'est potentiel, c'est un vrai potentiel que nos hôpitaux peuvent être pleins de gens à cause de la COVID-19. Et c'est une crise. Dans toute cette crise, je pense que c'est irresponsable pour un leader, un chef, de déclencher une élection. Je pense que c'est complètement irresponsable. Et je crois fermement que la priorité maintenant doit être la vaccination de toute la population, pas seulement la sécurisation des doses, mais la vaccination aussi. Ça doit être notre priorité. Donc, on doit aider comment on peut les provinces et territoires dans la vaccination aussi, avec tous les outils possibles pour les aider. Et deuxièmement, un programme de congé des maladies payées, c'est essentiel. Tous les experts ont dit que c'est un outil essentiel pour arrêter la propagation. Donc, dans ce temps, je pense on doit mettre tous nos efforts pour faire face à la crise de la COVID-19 au lieu de penser d'une élection. Donc, je veux faire mon travail comme une chef responsable et je ne veux pas et je ne vais pas déclencher une élection. Si on a une élection, ça va être la décision de Justin Trudeau.
Bien compris. Si quand même vous aviez à choisir un élément de votre programme, ou en tout cas un élément que vous voulez absolument avoir dans le budget, ce serait lequel?
C'est une question tellement difficile de choisir une chose, mais je pense en général l'approche, une approche nécessaire, une question qui est tellement forte dans les pensées des gens, c'est la question de qui va payer le prix. Qui va payer la facture pour la relance et la pandémie en général. Donc, cette question, c'est une question forte et c'est une question difficile parce que les gens ont peur que si cette question n'est pas réglée, la réponse, souvent dans le passé, était seulement deux réponses. Un, les gouvernements coupent les services dont les gens ont besoin, ou deuxièmement, les gouvernements mettent la pression sur les épaules des travailleurs et travailleuses, sur monsieur, madame, tout le monde. Donc, dans cette question, j'ai souvent dit, je vais continuer de dire, la pression doit être mise sur les épaules des ultra-riches. Ça doit être les ultra-riches qui payent la juste part. Les géants de web qui gagnent des profits au Canada mais ne payent pas leurs taxes ici, les grandes entreprises qui cachent leur argent dans les échappatoires, les ultra-riches qui ont des fortunes immenses qui ne payent pas la juste part. Ça, c'est vraiment une question existentielle, essentielle, parce que si on règle cette question, on peut investir dans tous les programmes. Donc, la question de taxation, pour moi, de taxer les ultra-riches peut nous aider dans tous les autres programmes pour améliorer les soins de santé, pour investir dans les systèmes de garde, pour investir dans une économie renouvelable où on crée des bons emplois en réduisant les émissions. Donc, effectivement, je pense que c'est la taxation qui est vraiment primordiale pour tous les autres éléments. Donc, peut-être ça c'est le plus important.
All right, so we also heard Jack Mead talk about paid sick leave. We hear this over and over again, not only on a local level, provincial level, and federal level, but also on a global scale. We have heard several times how we've been asked if we are sick to stay home. And that means that in a lot of cases that if we don't go to work, we don't make money. We don't get a paycheck to pay for food, and it means that that our families, while we're not working, could possibly go without meals, depending on where you are in the world. So, Jagmeet Singh for proposal for Canada to have paid sick leave is actually quite a wonderful thing. So, hopefully, the Canadian federal government and the BC and the federal Liberal Party will actually get all that worked out, so that workers will actually have an income and will be able to take off if they are sick, and maybe not just for the pandemic, but to make sure that it's in existence for long-term past the pandemic. So next we're going to hear from Justin Trudeau, and he's going to make some announcements about some other Canadian investments into different industries in order to ensure food and security for those industries that actually help feed us, and specifically the poultry and egg farming. So he will also talk about a few other very important things around back to vaccines and other things to do with COVID-19. So let's listen to what Justin Trudeau has to say.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. Je suis heureux d'être ici ce matin avec le ministre Leblanc ainsi que la Dr Tam et le Dr New. The situation we're facing with COVID-19 remains extremely serious. On Sunday, Ontario reported a record single-day high of new COVID cases. And not just in Ontario, but in many parts of the country, ICU beds in hospitals are filling up. And the patients in them are younger and younger. This is not the place anyone wanted to be right now. Because when hospitals fill up, it puts pressure on nurses, doctors, and all healthcare workers. And it means that operations or treatments have to be cancelled or postponed, like for people who are waiting for cancer surgery. We're not out of the woods yet with this virus. Everyone is working around the clock to get as many Canadians vaccinated as quickly as possible. But right now, more contagious and dangerous variants are spreading and threatening the progress we've made. Even with millions of Canadians already having received their first dose, we need to keep doing what we know works to stop the spread of the virus. So avoid gatherings, stay home when you can, wear a mask, keep your distance, and download and use the COVID Alert app. We know what it takes to stop this wave. We know how to get out of it. We've done it before. We just need to hang in there, be careful, and protect our loved ones, protect our essential workers, do the right thing so we can get to a summer that is better than right now. Today, I also want to address teachers, parents, and kids across the country. Yesterday, Premier Ford announced that schools will close in-person learning indefinitely as cases of COVID-19 rise sharply in Ontario. And we know that other provinces are watching the situation in their schools, too. I know this isn't easy. So to teachers, parents, and kids, thank you for your efforts once again. You are stepping up in incredible ways, and I know it's tough. Nobody wants to go back to online learning. Nobody wants to be stuck at home. But we have to make it through this, and things will get better because of what we're all doing right now. Since the beginning of the crisis, we've invested $2 billion through the Safe Return to Class Fund to help provinces and territories make your schools safer. And we will continue to do whatever it takes for as long as it takes to get us through this. Jusqu'à maintenant, on a livré plus de 11,3 millions de doses de vaccins contre la COVID-19 aux provinces et aux territoires. Pour ce qui est de Pfizer, cette semaine, comme prévu, on a reçu un peu plus d'1 million de doses. Pour ce qui est de Moderna, une livraison de 850 000 doses a atterri au Canada ce matin. La vaccination progresse. Chaque jour, il y a plus en plus de gens qui reçoivent leur dose. Mais ça n'empêche pas qu'il faut continuer de se protéger les uns les autres en suivant les conseils de la santé publique. Avec ces variants, les cas durant cette troisième vague se propagent très rapidement. On est tous tannés de la COVID-19. Avec les événements des dernières nuits à Montréal et ailleurs dans le pays, on voit qu'il y a des gens qui sont de plus en plus frustrés. Mais quand on ne respecte pas les consignes de la santé publique, on ne fait que prolonger la situation. Et on veut sortir de cette troisième vague, tout le monde veut sortir de cette troisième vague le plus rapidement possible. On doit continuer nos efforts pour sauver des vies et pour aider nos travailleurs de santé qui sont débordés. Encore quelques semaines de se retenir, de suivre les instructions de santé publique, de faire très attention, et on peut avoir de l'espoir d'avoir un été beaucoup meilleur. Mais comme vous savez, les cas qu'on a aujourd'hui, c'est basé sur des actions qu'on a prises il y a une semaine, il y a 2 semaines. Et si on veut que dans 2 semaines, on puisse voir les cas baisser, bien, il faut faire les bonnes choses aujourd'hui. Les vaccins arrivent, mais il faut réduire les cas aussi. D'ici la fin de juin, on va avoir 44 millions de doses de vaccins. Alors, c'est surtout pas le moment de lâcher. Il faut aplatir la courbe. Depuis le début de la crise, on parle souvent des travailleurs essentiels. Que ce soit dans nos hôpitaux, dans nos écoles ou ailleurs, ces travailleurs font des efforts incroyables. Et quand on parle de travail essentiel, ça inclut bien sûr le travail crucial de nos agriculteurs qui nous permettent de mettre la nourriture de qualité sur nos tables. Une des choses que la pandémie nous a démontré, c'est à quel point il est important d'avoir un secteur agricole fort et résilient. Alors qu'on continue de travailler sur la relance économique, on veut s'assurer que les producteurs canadiens sous gestion de l'offre aient les outils nécessaires pour réussir. There are thousands of poultry and egg farms in Canada. A lot of them are owned by families. Last year, we promised those families that we would invest over $690 million over 10 years to provide full and fair compensation to Canada's chicken, turkey, and egg farmers following the CPTPP trade agreement. Later today, Minister Bibeau will share details about how this funding will help producers invest to modernize their farms and how it will help promote Canadian-made products here at home. But the bottom line is this. Our government will always be there for Canadian farmers. So to farmers, thank you for your incredibly hard work. You stepped up during this pandemic to get good food on our plates. Through this pandemic and beyond, we've got your back. Together, we'll continue to build a sustainable future for rural farm families and for all the Canadians who rely on you every single day. Anyone who's seen the endless miles of wheat and canola as they drive across the country can tell you just how big Canada is. In a country like ours, air travel is an essential service. On that front, yesterday, Deputy Prime Minister Freeland and Minister Alghabra announced that we've reached an agreement with Air Canada to secure air travel for Canadians for the future. The conditions for Air Canada to receive this support are very clear. They will ensure that regional communities have air connections to the rest of Canada. They will refund their customers for pandemic-related cancellations. They will commit to protect jobs, pensions, and collective agreements. And they will restrict executive compensation, buy back shares, and dividends. Air Canada will also have to demonstrate how they will support environmental sustainability and national climate goals. The deal is a good and fair deal in the interests of jobs, workers, communities, and customers. L'entente annoncée hier avec Air Canada va protéger les emplois, garder nos communautés connectées et assurer que les passagers soient remboursés. Le secteur aérien est un secteur stratégique pour notre économie et nos négociations avec les autres transporteurs aériens se poursuivent. Comme toujours, on va s'assurer de mettre les intérêts des Canadiens et des travailleurs au cœur de tout ce qu'on fait. This past year has been tough. There have been a lot of special moments and celebrations that have been done differently. Yesterday, I had the chance to speak virtually with Sikh healthcare professionals from across Canada to celebrate Vaisakhi and Sikh Heritage Month and to thank them for everything they do. Happy Vaisakhi to everyone celebrating. This week also marks the start of Ramadan. I want to take this opportunity to thank the many Muslim Canadians who continue to work hard on the front lines and the many others who are helping their neighbours and communities during these difficult times. Cette année encore, le Ramadan va être bien différent. Il faudra se servir des moyens virtuels pour se réunir en ligne plutôt qu'en personne. Mais une chose est certaine. La pandémie ne nous empêchera pas de célébrer les valeurs de gratitude, de compassion et de générosité qui sont au cœur des communautés musulmanes et qui sont partagées par des Canadiens de tous les horizons. Ramadan Mubarak, merci. Je suis maintenant content de céder la parole à la Dr. Tam and to say congratulations, Teresa. I think you just received your vaccine as well. That's good news.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. As we continue to track current surveillance data against the longer-range modeling forecast from just over 2 weeks ago, we are seeing daily cases still rising along a strong resurgence trajectory. Although COVID-19 vaccine benefits are being seen for high-risk groups prioritized during the initial rollout, experience worldwide is unequivocal in cautioning us that strict public health measures will continue to be crucial during this phase of vaccine rollout, especially in the presence of high rates of disease. To date, over 1,071,000 cases of COVID-19, including over 23,350 deaths, have been reported in Canada. Over the past week, there has been a 33% rise in daily case counts, with an average of almost 8,100 new cases reported daily. During this same time, the number of people experiencing severe and critical illness continues to rise. On average, over 3,000 people with COVID-19 were being treated in our hospitals each day, representing a 29% increase over last week. This includes almost 970 people being treated in intensive care units, which is a 24% higher than last week. Although the number of deaths has averaged around 30 each day for several weeks, there is concern that if the increase in severe illnesses persists, we could see a gradual increase in the mortality trend, with today's average at 34 deaths daily over the past week. Today's average at 34 deaths daily over the past week. There are almost 36,000 variants of concern cases reporting to date across Canada, with the B117 variant accounting for over 96% of these. These trends are discouraging, but they reinforce why we must strengthen precautions to bring this variant of concern-driven resurgence under control quickly. This is a third big push, and we're all tired, but the benefits of applying our strongest collective effort by following public health advice and strictly maintaining individual precautions could not be greater. This push will enable us to focus more capacity towards vaccine rollout. Two great examples of this unified effort I will highlight today are from Nova Scotia. We have recently learned of a vaccine clinic organized for Black Nova Scotians in the Hammonds Plains community, just outside of Halifax. The clinic was held at the historic Emmanuel Baptist Church, which has long been an important fixture in the community. Coming together in solidarity to receive COVID-19 vaccines is a testimony to the community's perseverance and commitment to ensuring people feel culturally safe in the vaccination process. I also heard about a pharmacist in Cape Breton who converted an old ambulance into a mobile clinic to bring COVID-19 vaccination to seniors and people with mobility challenges. There are so many examples from individuals to organizations finding ways to help others and make sure that we all end this crisis together, stronger and more united. Finally, on our current trajectory, it might seem premature to think of the days when restrictions will ease and social and economic activities will resume. But if we want to take forward the things we've learned about the importance of family, community, and equity, about how we supported each other, adapted, and innovated, we must commit to acting thoughtfully, clear in the view of what we want to take forward. The end of this crisis will be a time of great change. Let's not race towards the finish and risk stumbling along the way. Let's make every step count by continuing at pace together. Thank you.
And we also got a message from Dr. Tam, who at the time had just received her vaccination. So, and moving forward, we want to continue on the theme of support. The youth actually globally, the youth have suffered some great losses in the fact that school closures and being able to start university on time and other things have happened. And as some of our university students have graduated, there have been delays in jobs programs and other things to help support our youth and those who are in their early 20s and younger. So the British Columbia has a new youth employment program, and that program is going to be talked about in our next segment by John Horgan, who is going to introduce that program so that the youth can find a way to be productive in our society. So hang on and let's listen to what John Horgan has to say about a youth employment program.
Good afternoon. Let's start off by acknowledging today that I'm gathered here today on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Songhees and Esquimalt Nation. I'm joined today with Premier John Horgan, MLA Brittany Anderson. As well, we have two guests who will be logging in virtually today, Isha Achari and Jared Davis, who will be joining us and sharing some of their experiences. Looking forward to hearing from them. This pandemic has been very difficult for people, for businesses, and communities. Vaccines are coming, but we know that a healthy BC and a healthy economy go hand in hand. Cases are currently high, but we will get through this. We all need to do what we can to bend the curve. One demographic that has been particularly hit hard and challenged is our youth and our young adults. At the height of the pandemic, we saw unemployment rates at around 29%. Now, we're fortunate in March, we were able to see those numbers go significantly down to 12.1% unemployment, but that's still significantly higher than the average population, which is 6.9%. Youth were disproportionately impacted, and Premier John Horgan asked me to work with my colleagues to help address this important challenge. So now I'd like to invite Premier John Horgan.
Thank you, Ravi, and it's good to be here today on the traditional territory of the Lekwungen-speaking people. I want to thank MLA Brittany Anderson for being here today, as well as Jared and Isha, who will be telling their stories about a program, an exciting new program that we're going to be announcing today. As Ravi said, young people have been disproportionately affected by COVID-19. Rites of passage like graduations, that first job, going to university with a group of people from your peer group, celebrating and exploring the wonders of young adulthood as we prepare for the challenges ahead. A year of travel, any number of things that I remember as a youth has been taken away because of COVID-19 from young people here in British Columbia. And although we have been focused for the past year and a bit on keeping all British Columbians safe and ensuring that we could keep as many livelihoods going as possible during extremely challenging times, we have seen, as Ravi said, a disproportionate impact on the most vulnerable populations in our society, whether it's the elderly with respect to those in long-term care facilities or young people starting out their lives in the midst of a global pandemic. And although I did say to the graduating class of 2020 at Edward Milne Secondary in my community of Souk, saying you were going to be the only class to graduate during a pandemic is now going to be the second class to graduate during a pandemic. And we're hopeful that the vaccine rollout and the measures that have been put in place to protect people will be successful, and this will be the last summer of COVID-19. But as we keep people safe and keep our economy going, government has to be quick and responsive to the changing needs of people, not just young people, but all British Columbians. And I want to do two things today. Firstly, I want to announce that I've asked Brittany Anderson, the MLA for Nelson Creston, to be the Premier's advisor on youth. That means Brittany will be able to go across the province, engaging with young people, bringing back their hopes, their concerns, their fears, so that government can put in place policies that will assist them in the short term, the medium term, and in the long term. I'm very fortunate as a leader of a government to have 7 members of my caucus who are millennials, the youngest of which is Brittany. But we have young people at our table that are bringing these issues forward day after day, week after week, month after month. And part of that process has led to the programs that Ravi and I are going to be announcing today. Before we get to that, I want to thank Brittany for stepping up. This is an ominous responsibility. To be my advisor on youth issues means that her email and her texts are going to be filled with people that have good ideas, and we want to encourage that. Everybody has a role to play in British Columbia. Everybody has a part in coming out of the pandemic, and I'm very excited to have Brittany taking up this challenge and doing what she can to make sure that we lift up young people right across BC. I also want to spend some time talking a little bit about the programs that we're announcing today. The Stronger BC Future Leaders Program are 5 distinct programs totaling about $45 million that will fund jobs, they will fund internships and co-op opportunities across British Columbia. 5,000 young people will benefit from these programs, getting work experience, that first opportunity to move up and move on with their lives as we say goodbye to COVID-19 in the months ahead. The programs are especially focused on assisting young people to get the experience that they need to move on to other more promising jobs in the marketplace. I remember as a youth, I remember my children coming out of high school and then out of university. The biggest challenge young people have is getting that experience they need to put on a resume to make the case to a business or to an organization that they have something to contribute. And I believe this program will assist literally 5,000 young people in achieving that very important goal of getting that first bit of practical in the workplace experience that can lead to better paying jobs, stronger careers, and a focus on the things that people want to do in their work life. These positions, of course, will promote innovation and sustainability. Young people will earn an income while they're gaining experience, and all young people are being asked to participate if they can. I know we're going to hear from Jared and Isha in a minute, but before I do that, I want to ask Brittany to say a few words about how she's going to take on this new challenge that I've given to her as the Premier's advisor on youth issues. Over to you, Brittany.
Thank you. It is an honor to serve as the Premier's Special Advisor on Youth. As you note, the youth of this province have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic. I look forward to working with BC's young people in overcoming today's challenges. Young people want good jobs, a good education, and affordable housing. Working with youth-led and youth-serving organizations across British Columbia, we will develop strategies to support the employment of young people. A good job today benefits young people for years to come. I'll ensure we have participation from Indigenous and racialized youth, and from those living in rural and remote communities. It is essential we have participation from youth who all too often have not had their voices heard. We know young people are feeling the effects of the current health emergency, and as we look to equitable and just recovery, their voices cannot and will not be left out of the conversation. I look forward to hearing from the youth of our province. I know the future is bright, and it will be all the brighter with their full participation. Thank you so much, Premier.
That's great news. Thank you, Premier John Horgan. Of course, thank you, Brittany. I know you're going to do a fantastic job in this role, and you've already been doing an amazing job advocating for your community, but as well for young people. Look forward to working with you on the initiatives ahead. Now I'd like to introduce Jared Davis to speak about and share his experience with the Youth Employment Program. So I know he's joining us virtually. So Jared, over to you.
Thank you, Minister Kalan. So I'd just like to share my personal story. I graduated from university in 2020 April with a degree in Native Studies. From there, I moved to Northern BC to reconnect with my family. I was able to move to Fort St. John area. A family member of mine shared the youth employment program job posting to me. I applied and then I got the job. And the benefits of the program helped me immensely. I was able to get familiar with the land, the wildlife, also it got me familiar with what wildlife conservation means. It also has allowed me to reconnect with my heritage in a way that I couldn't really imagine before. So I really appreciate that. It's allowed me to strengthen the ties with Indigenous people, Indigenous nations, with the Conservation Officer Service, and overall has allowed me to develop personal and professional skills. And I am looking forward to the opportunities that this will open up for me in the future. And yeah, basically, I'm very excited. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jared, and I really appreciate your words, and it's very inspiring. So I know the future is bright for you. So thank you for your comments. Now I'd like to introduce Isha Achari, who will talk about her experience with the youth employment program with BC Parks last November. And I understand she recently moved into a recreation and policy analyst job within the BC Public Service after your work experience. So looking forward to hearing that. And I'll pass the mic over virtually to Isha. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to share my experience as an intern with the BC Public Service through the Youth Employment Program, which is similar to the program being announced today. When I joined the BC Parks YEP program, I had recently graduated with my master's specializing in energy and natural resources law, and I was interested in gaining policy experience in the natural resource sector. I was placed in recreation services where I assisted my supervisor on a variety of exciting permit policy and guideline research, which allowed me to apply practical and analytical skills from my degree. My supervisor has been extremely supportive of my career development from the first day of the internship, and I've worked with her to identify goals, build skills that align with those goals, undertake relevant professional development courses, and take on interesting and challenging projects. I was so impressed with how well the YEP program was run, especially considering the unique challenges of operating an internship program virtually this year. The staff involved went above and beyond in integrating us into the BC Parks environment, introducing us to staff in different program areas, incorporating us into the workplace culture, and supporting us in identifying and working toward longer-term career goals. Because of the subject matter knowledge I gained during my internship, I was lucky enough to step into a temporary permit policy analyst position, which has given me the opportunity to continue learning and growing in a very encouraging environment surrounded by inspiring people. I'm so grateful to be a participant and for the mentorship I've received. I know this will be a valuable foundation for the next chapter. I can absolutely vouch for youth employment opportunities in the BC Public Service, and I strongly encourage people to take a look at the new program being announced today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Isha, for sharing your experience, and of course, I wish you best of luck in the opportunity that you have now, as well as future career opportunities within the public service. A Stronger BC Future Leaders Program is an investment in our young people. It's an opportunity to tackle climate change. It's an opportunity and an investment in the future for our future leaders in innovation. Working alongside my colleagues in the Ministry of FLNRO, Environment, and Advanced Education, we will ensure that we're providing support to our youth, helping them get a broad range of skills that meet future needs and help us build a stronger BC. I want to highlight that many of the programs that we're offering today are target particularly women, Indigenous, and Black youth. Very proud about that. I'm also very excited to see the program in action and want to thank all the public servants who have worked very hard to make these programs available. I also want to highlight that many of you may have known that the Circuit Breaker Business Grant Relief Program website launched this morning. We have seen a big uptake in applications. In fact, we had over 100 businesses apply within the first half an hour of the application being open. So promising sign, and we encourage businesses to apply. Businesses can apply today at www.gov.bc.ca/businessrelief. With that, I will pass the mic over to the moderators for the Q&A.
So yeah, supporting our youth is extremely important, and we look forward to seeing what actually comes of this new youth employment program for British Columbia. And there is a another type of of epidemic going across Canada with toxic drugs, and there has been a lot of outcry towards that. And in British Columbia, the government there is looking to decriminalize some of what is actually going on, or more or less going after those who are actually spreading the toxic illicit drugs that are killing people with overdoses and things, rather than just slapping criminal penalties onto those who are addicted. So this announcement came this week on April 14th. So it is to address the stigma. BC will officially request federal exemption from Health Canada to decriminalize personal possession of drugs in the province, to remove the shame often that prevents people from reaching out for life-saving help. So we look to see what actually comes of that, because it is on an epidemic proportion of how many deaths are occurring due to drug overdoses. I know up to this point in the year, we are probably in the thousands of overdoses that have actually occurred, and we're still very early in the year, so let's see what actually happens with that. How many of us remember where we were on September 11th, 2001? I personally remember driving to work and trying to figure out, because it happened on East Coast time and I live on West Coast time, in Pacific Standard Time, and so I was hours behind what actually happened in New York when I was leaving for work. And what I noticed was, when I was driving, was there were no airplanes in the sky. I have this nasty habit of I'm always looking up at the sky. When I step out the door, I look up, and while I'm at stop signs and red lights, I do tend to look up, and I noticed there were no airplanes. And when I actually got to work, coworkers had on a view screen what I thought was a movie, and it turned out to be real life footage of the Twin Towers being struck by airplanes. So I'm sure many of us can recall where we were and what we were doing at the time that the U.S. was under a terror attack. So, and we also, of course, remember that George W. Bush launched a military campaign against Afghanistan in response to that, trying to find not only Osama bin Laden, but other training camps that would be training those would-be terrorists so that they can perform other attacks around the world. And that process has been going on for 20 years. And with that, it is a multi-generational war, which is kind of unheard of in modern times. And President Biden, on April 14th, has set an end date, and it's pledging to bring home U.S. Troops and ending operations that also include other NATO military groups, and would probably bring home troops into Canada and other areas that are part of NATO as he withdraws from Afghanistan. So let's listen to what was actually said by President Joe Biden about Afghanistan and his reasoning behind doing what he's doing.
I'm speaking to you today from the Roosevelt, the Treaty Room in the White House, the same spot where on October of 2001, President George W. Bush informed our nation that the United States military had begun strikes on terrorist training camps in Afghanistan. It was just weeks after the terrorist attack on our nation that killed 2,977 innocent souls, that turned Lower Manhattan into a disaster area, destroyed parts of the Pentagon, and made hallowed ground of a field in Shanksville, Pennsylvania, and sparked an American promise that we would never forget. We went to Afghanistan in 2001 to root out al-Qaeda, to prevent future terrorist attacks against the United States planned from Afghanistan. Our objective was clear. The cause was just. Our NATO allies and partners rallied beside us. And I supported that military action along with overwhelming majority of the members of Congress. More than 7 years later, in 2008, weeks before we swore the oath of office, President Obama and I were about to swear, President Obama asked me to travel to Afghanistan and report back on the state of the war in Afghanistan. I flew to Afghanistan, to the Kunar Valley, a rugged mountainous region on the border with Pakistan. What I saw on that trip reinforced my conviction that only the Afghans have the right and responsibility to lead their country, and that more and endless American military force could not create or sustain a durable Afghan government. I believed that our presence in Afghanistan should be focused on the reason we went in the first place, to ensure Afghanistan would not be used as a base from which to attack our homeland again. We did that. We accomplished that objective. I said, among with others, we'd follow Osama bin Laden to the gates of hell if need be. That's exactly what we did, and we got him. It took us close to 10 years to put President Obama's commitment into form, and that's exactly what happened. Osama bin Laden was gone. That was 10 years ago. Think about that. We delivered justice to bin Laden a decade ago, and we've stayed in Afghanistan for a decade since. Since then, our reasons for remaining in Afghanistan have become increasingly unclear, even as the terrorist threat that we went to fight evolved. Over the past 20 years, the threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. Al-Shabaab in Somalia, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, al-Nusra in Syria, ISIS attempting to create a caliphate in Syria and Iraq and establishing affiliates in multiple countries in Africa and Asia. With the terror threat now in many places, keeping thousands of troops grounded and concentrated in just one country at a cost of billions each year makes little sense to me and to our leaders. We cannot continue the cycle of extending or expanding our military presence in Afghanistan, hoping to create ideal conditions for the withdrawal and expecting a different result. I'm now the fourth United States president to preside over American troop presence in Afghanistan. 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats. I will not pass this responsibility on to a fifth. After consulting closely with our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Mr. Ghani and many others around the world, I've concluded that it's time to end America's longest war. It's time for American troops to come home. When I came to office, I inherited a diplomatic agreement duly negotiated between the government of the United States and the Taliban that all U.S. forces would be out of Afghanistan by May 1, 2021, just 3 months after my inauguration. That's what we inherited, that commitment. It's perhaps not what I would have negotiated myself, but it was an agreement made by the United States government, and that means something. So in keeping with that agreement and with our national interest, the United States will begin our final withdrawal, begin it on May 1 of this year. We'll not conduct a hasty rush to the exit. We'll do it responsibly, deliberately, and safely. And we will do it in full coordination with our allies and partners, who now have more forces in Afghanistan than we do. And the Taliban should know that if they attack us as we draw down, we will defend ourselves and our partners with all the tools at our disposal. Our allies and partners have stood beside us, shoulder to shoulder in Afghanistan for almost 20 years, and we're deeply grateful for the contributions they have made to our shared mission and for the sacrifices they've borne. The plan has long been in together, out together. U.S. troops, as well as forces deployed by our NATO allies and operational partners, will be out of Afghanistan before we mark the 20th anniversary of that heinous attack on September 11th. But we'll not take our eye off the terrorist threat. We'll reorganize our counterterrorism capabilities and the substantial assets in the region to prevent reemergence of terrorists with a threat to our homeland from over the horizon. We'll hold the Taliban accountable for its commitment not to allow any terrorist to threaten the United States or its allies from Afghan soil. The Afghan government has made that commitment to us as well, and will focus our full attention on the threat we face today. In my direction, my team is refining our national strategy to monitor and disrupt significant terrorist threats, not only in Afghanistan, but anywhere they may arise, and they're in Africa, Europe, the Middle East, and elsewhere. I spoke yesterday with President Bush to inform him of my decision. While he and I have had many disagreements over policy throughout the years, we're absolutely united in our respect and support for the valor, courage, and integrity of the women and men of the United States Armed Forces who served. I'm immensely grateful for the bravery and backbone that they have shown through nearly 2 decades of combat deployments. We as a nation are forever indebted to them and to their families. You all know that less than 1% of Americans serve in our armed forces. The remaining 99% of them, we owe them. We owe them. They've never backed down from a single mission that we've asked of them. I've witnessed their bravery firsthand during my visits to Afghanistan. They've never wavered in their resolve. They've paid a tremendous price on our behalf. And they have the thanks of a grateful nation. While we'll not stay involved in Afghanistan militarily, our diplomatic and humanitarian work will continue. We'll continue to support the government of Afghanistan. We will keep providing assistance to the Afghan national defenses and security forces. And along with our partners, we have trained and equipped a standing force of over 300,000 Afghan personnel today and hundreds of thousands over the past 2 decades. And they'll continue to fight valiantly on behalf of the Afghans at great cost. They'll support peace talks, as we will support peace talks between the government of Afghanistan and the Taliban facilitated by the United Nations. And will continue to support the rights of Afghan women and girls by maintaining significant humanitarian and development assistance. And we'll ask other countries in the region to do more to support Afghanistan, especially Pakistan, as well as Russia, China, India, and Turkey. They all have a significant stake in the stable future for Afghanistan. And over the next few months, we'll also determine what a continued U.S. diplomatic presence in Afghanistan will look like, including how we'll ensure the security of our diplomats. Now, look, I know there are many who will loudly insist that diplomacy cannot succeed without a robust U.S. military presence to stand as leverage. We gave that argument a decade. It's never proved effective. Not when we had 98,000 troops in Afghanistan, and not when we were down to a few thousand. Our diplomacy does not hinge on having boots in harm's way, U.S. boots on the ground. We have to change that thinking. American troops shouldn't be used as a bargaining chip between warring parties and other countries. You know, that's nothing more than a recipe for keeping American troops in Afghanistan indefinitely. I also know there are many who will argue that we should stay fighting in Afghanistan because withdrawal would damage America's credibility and weaken America's influence in the world. I believe the exact opposite is true. We went to Afghanistan because of a horrific attack that happened 20 years ago. That cannot explain why we should remain there in 2021. Rather than return to war with the Taliban, we have to focus on the challenges that are in front of us. We have to track and disrupt terrorist networks and operations that spread far beyond Afghanistan since 9/11. We have to shore up American competitiveness to meet the stiff competition we're facing from an increasingly assertive China. We have to strengthen our alliances and work with like-minded partners to ensure that the rules of international norms that govern cyber threats and emerging technologies that will shape our future are grounded in our democratic values, not those of the autocrats. We have to defeat this pandemic and strengthen the global health system to prepare for the next one, because there will be another pandemic. You know, we'll be much more formidable to our adversaries and competitors over the long term if we fight the battles for the next 20 years, not the last 20. And finally, the main argument for staying longer is what each of my three predecessors have grappled with. No one wants to say that we should be in Afghanistan forever, but they insist now is not the right moment to leave. In 2014, NATO issued a declaration affirming that Afghan security forces would from that point on have full responsibility for this country's security by the end of that year. That was 7 years ago. So when will it be the right moment to leave? 1 more year? 2 more years? 10 more years? 10, 20, $30 billion more than the trillion we've already spent? Not now. That's how we got here. And in this moment, there's a significant downside risk to staying beyond May 1st without a clear timetable for departure. If we instead pursue the approach where America, U.S. exit, is tied to conditions on the ground, we have to have clear answers to the following questions. Just what conditions be required to allow us to depart? By what means and how long would it take to achieve them, if they could be achieved at all? And at what additional cost in lives and treasure? I've not heard any good answers to these questions. And if you can't answer them, in my view, we should not stay. The fact is that later today, I'm going to visit Arlington National Cemetery, Section 60. In that sacred memorial to American sacrifice, Section 60 is where our recent war dead are buried, including many of the women and men who died fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq. There's no comforting distance in history in Section 60. The grief is raw. It's a visceral reminder of the living cost of war. For the past 12 years, ever since I became vice president, I've carried with me a card that reminds me of the exact number of American troops killed in Iraq and Afghanistan. That exact number, not an approximation or rounded off number, because every one of those dead are sacred human beings who left behind entire families. An exact accounting of every single solitary one needs to be had. As of today, there are 2,488 U.S. troops and personnel who have died in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Freedom's Sentinel, our Afghanistan conflicts. 20,722 have been wounded. I'm the first president in 40 years who knows what it means to have a child serving in a war zone. And throughout this process, my North Star has been remembering what it was like when my late son Bo was deployed to Iraq. How proud he was to serve his country, how insistent he was to deploy with his unit, and the impact it had on him and all of us at home. We already have service members doing their duty in Afghanistan today whose parents served in the same war. We have service members who were not yet born when our nation was attacked on 9/11. War in Afghanistan was never meant to be a multi-generational undertaking. We were attacked. We went to war with clear goals. We achieved those objectives. Bin Laden is dead, and Al-Qaeda is degraded in Iraq, in Afghanistan. And it's time to end the forever war. Thank you all for listening. May God protect our troops. May God bless all those families who lost someone in this endeavor.
Okay, so President Joe Biden on Afghanistan and wanting to bring troops home, save lives, and allow Afghanistan to do the work that they need to do themselves. So it is a great and ancient country, and the people are ready, and they are probably very able to maintain a government that will not allow terrorism, and also maintain a government that will allow for human rights to thrive in that region. So let's move on. The BC NDP government has made an announcement towards affordable housing. They are creating a hub that will allow contractors to be part of a hub that they will receive funding to help keep housing costs down, and hopefully this will bring rents down, and the cost to actually buying a home. It'll have an effect on it and make things a little more affordable.
Honored to take it over after she moved to the Ministry of Finance, because it provides profit and non-profit developers with loans with much lower interest rates that benefit to developers in exchange for commitments to provide affordability for British Columbians. So when the developers pass those savings along to the public through more affordable rents or more affordable housing for purchase, everybody wins. When the building's constructed, they then take out traditional mortgage financing and pay back the loan. That means the money is a catalyst. It doesn't get used up. It can be loaned out again and again and again. And we're making good progress with the Housing Hub. There's more than 3,000 homes for people with middle incomes already completed or underway. These homes are part of the more than 26,000 new affordable homes completed or underway across BC under our government, but we know there's much more work to do, which is why we're here today. We're increasing our commitment and investing even more into the affordable housing game and for the long term. We will be making a significant investment so that the Housing Hub can help more families find housing. Today, we are announcing an additional $2 billion in development financing through Housing Hub to fund the building of thousands of new homes across the province, homes that middle-class families need. Within the first 3 years of this program, we expect that this program will deliver thousands and thousands of new units, more than 8,000. This borrowing program will benefit families with average annual household incomes of $75,000. These homes will help more people stay in the community where they live and work, something that everyone deserves. This financing will come in the form of low-cost loans, which our HousingHub development partners can use to build affordable homes. In addition to providing loans with lower interest rates than would otherwise be available, the HousingHub also helps developers reduce the time and processes that rental projects normally need to be developed. This is a revolving borrowing program. Once the loans are repaid, we will reinvest the funds back into the affordable housing market to create even more homes. We're making sure these homes delivered through the HousingHub will remain affordable. Rents and the costs of HousingHub homes offered for purchase will stay at or below market rates for a minimum of 10 years. It's clear that the need for affordable housing is more urgent than ever, and it's important to underline how significant this change is. Under the previous BC Liberal government, BC Housing's financing limit was kept at just $165 million. Now we're making up for lost time. Our province is getting back into housing people affordably for the long term. With our $2 billion borrowing program today, BC Housing announced today, BC Housing through the HousingHub will now have a total of $2.8 billion to help spur new developments, 17 times what it was under the old government. This new investment helps build housing today for a better tomorrow. And I'd like to just note that there is a very significant demand for this program. BC Housing is aware of more than 10,000 units of housing across the province that will potentially benefit from this program and are interested in participating. I'd like to now invite the Minister of Finance, Selina Robinson, to say a few words. Minister Robinson, first of all, let me thank you for starting this program and for your commitment to affordable housing for British Columbians. Minister Robinson.
Thank you very much, David. And I also want to acknowledge that I'm speaking to you from the traditional territory of the Lekwungen peoples, the Songhees and the Esquimalt nations. And I know how urgently affordable housing is needed here in British Columbia and how much of a difference this investment will make. For far too long, housing in British Columbia was viewed as a commodity and a tool for building wealth rather than a basic necessity of a home. And the simple truth is, affordable housing is life-changing. As the former Minister of Housing, I would hear time and time again from people in communities right across this province that the right type of housing was absolutely life-changing. For some, it means keeping their children in the same school so that they can keep their friends. For others, it means that they don't have to worry about stretching their hard-earned dollars even further. And at its core, it means that people can have a place that they can call home. When we first created the Housing Hub within BC Housing in 2018, we set out to build partnerships with a diverse range of partners to deliver rental housing and home ownership options for middle-income British Columbians. Today, the Hub is valued for the expertise it brings, and I want to thank the folks who work at the Hub for everything that they bring to this program. Its role as a centre for community partners and private industry to collaborate, to come together on developing new construction or redeveloping existing sites for affordable housing purposes. Through these partnerships, the Housing Hub provides low-cost financing to partners to create self-sustaining rental housing and home ownership opportunities. This means that most developments require little or no capital contribution from the province and no ongoing operating funding. Today's investment gives the Housing Hub more flexibility to carry on that important work, creating the homes that people need. The need for that work hasn't changed during the COVID-19 pandemic. If anything, it has become even more important as many families have been impacted hard. With this investment, we're taking a big step in making life more affordable while supporting the strength of our economy by ensuring that housing is available for the workers that growing businesses need. As with all of our work, we're supporting people and businesses while focusing on the health of people and communities through the pandemic and preparing for recovery. That's the work ahead of us. And that's also what we'll be laying out in our budget, which I look forward to introducing next week. Thanks. Back to you, David.
Thank you very much, Selena. Now, to talk about how the Housing Hub has benefited her community, I'd like to welcome Marla Zook, the General Manager of the Whistler Housing Authority, who's joined us today from Whistler. Marla.
Thank you, and good afternoon. I'd like to acknowledge that I am joining from the shared, unceded territory of the Squamish Nation and the Wet'suwet'en Nation. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in today's exciting and meaningful funding announcement from our provincial government. I know from firsthand experience that this new funding for additional affordable housing units will make a difference in the lives of many residents around our province. Having had the recent opportunity of partnering with the provincial government through BC's Housing Hub initiative, I can speak from actual experience on how important this financial support is to making affordable housing projects a reality in our community. The Whistler Housing Authority, a nonprofit housing developer, just opened the doors on March 1st to a new affordable rental housing apartment building that was supported by BC's Housing Hub program, and which is now providing secure, affordable housing to more than 100 residents who will be paying monthly rents at well below the average market rental rate in Whistler. Known as Granite Ridge, this housing will be owned and managed by the Whistler Housing Authority and is helping to address the need for workforce housing for young adults, families, and seniors in the community of Whistler. We hear time and again the importance of providing safe, stable, and secure housing for people who are trying so hard to make a living in our community. Significant affordable housing investments like this recent one made by the province through BC's Housing Hub are meaningful and tangible actions for making a difference in the communities around the province that are struggling with housing affordability for our local residents. I know from past presentations that Minister Robinson appreciates hearing stories from people who have been impacted by the work of our provincial government. So if I may, I'd love to share a short testimonial from a young working family who has just made Granite Ridge their new home. This family recently shared with us their experience, and I'd like to share it with you. Quote, "After discovering that our landlord was selling our 2-bedroom suite, my partner and I and our 1-year-old son were having difficulty finding affordable housing that could accommodate our growing family so we could stay in the community. When we were offered a unit in the WHA's Granite Ridge, we felt extremely grateful and relieved that we had found a beautiful new home that was $1,200 cheaper than our previous unit. This new affordable housing opportunity allows us to pay off debt, pay for the expenses related to our growing child, and to save money for a home of our own one day. In addition to this, it's great knowing that we now have stable housing that isn't going to be withdrawn due to owners selling or renovating." End quote. So looking ahead, as we move through and beyond the recovery efforts from this pandemic, diverse, secure, and economically attainable and sustainable housing opportunities for communities around the province are going to be vitally important. Thank you to our provincial government and to BC Housing for continuing to make affordable housing a priority and a commitment in our province. It is much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Marla, for joining us. We'd like to now invite the media to ask questions.
Thank you very much, Minister. As a reminder to reporters on the phone, please press *1 to enter the queue. You are limited to one question and one follow-up. First, we'll go to Katie DeRosa, Vancouver Sun. Katie?
Thank you, Minister. So will this money be in the upcoming budget, or where exactly is this $2 billion coming from?
Thank you. Yes, this is, I suppose, a pre-announcement of Budget 2021, and we're eager to get started. We've certainly, as the Minister of Housing expressed, that there's a tremendous number of projects and opportunities, and we want to invite the development community and nonprofit partners to work together with the Housing Hub so that we can get these homes built. They're absolutely critical to British Columbians.
And Katie, do you have a follow-up?
Could you give us sort of I know in the throne speech there was a hint about the investments in long-term care. While we're giving sort of budget hints, is there anything you could say about what kind of investment we expect to see in long-term care?
Well, Tuesday's just a few more days away, and I know that everyone is anxious to hear what's in the budget. And what I can tell you right now is, as a government, we have been there for people since we formed government in 2017. We're going to keep being there for people, especially through this pandemic. We have stepped up in a significant way to make sure that people's health and their safety and well-being is first and foremost in our minds. You're going to see that as well in this upcoming budget, as well as looking forward to preparing for recovery. So this is a budget that continues to take care of British Columbians as we also prepare for recovery.
And next we go to Frances Bula, Globe and Mail. Frances?
Hi, everyone. I'm on speakerphone, so I hope you can hear okay. I have two questions. One is, what is you're saying the financing helps them build more affordable. So what is the spread? Like, what do people get to borrow at compared to the private market, and how much does that save per unit? Second question, is this only available to nonprofits, or is it private developers also who have access to this financing?
Thank you, Francis. There are two streams of HousingHub support. One is for the private development industry. These are for folks who don't need a lot of support in terms of development processes with municipalities and zoning and these kinds of things. And that is simply, as you note, it is financing, construction financing for them. It depends on their individual credit rating and their relationship with banks and financiers. But there is a significant spread, and often it can be as much as 5% or more between government borrowing and the borrowing that's available for construction financing to developers. But it's quite dependent on the individual developer. But when you look at the size of these projects, $10 million plus projects, and some well in excess of that, those numbers can add up very quickly. And that's the magic of the Housing Hub is the money doesn't get used up. The spread between the interest that the borrower would have had to pay without the Housing Hub and what they will actually have to pay because of the lending that we provide to them goes into improving affordability, and significantly so. The second stream is for nonprofit organizations, and these are churches, legions, other organizations that may own property that they wish to redevelop, but they have limited experience in developing property. Previously, they would have turned directly to the private development industry and tried to work out a partnership with a private developer. The Housing Hub provides them with an opportunity to be paired up with a consultant, to go through the development process with financing to maximize the affordable housing. So when you're talking about organizations like mission-driven organizations like churches, legions, other nonprofit organizations that provide various types of charitable works, they want to have housing that's consistent with their mission and helps house people that are in their service group. And so this Housing Hub funding can really help them do that and expand what they're going to do. There are all kinds of interesting projects. There's a group of seniors that got together to buy some property and develop seniors housing on Salt Spring Island. There's all kinds of developments, initiatives like this, where the Housing Hub, through the expertise for nonprofits or organizations that are set up as nonprofits to deliver housing, can leverage BC Housing's expertise as the largest developer or one of the largest developers in North America and be able to deliver affordable housing for the communities they serve.
Thank you very much. Next, we go to Sheila Scott, CBC. Sheila?
Hi, Sheila from CTV. I just wanted to check in. You alluded to this being sort of aimed at families with sort of middle incomes. Who exactly is this aimed at? What is that range? Because some people might be asking today how this could potentially affect them if they're trying to get into a better housing situation.
Thanks. So under the Housing Hub projects delivered to date, the average household income has been about $60,000. And the program, as announced today, targets households with incomes up to $75,000.
Sheila, do you have a follow-up?
I think I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For our final question, we'll go to Amy Smart of the Canadian Press. Amy?
Hi there. I'm wondering, is there a mechanism in here to ensure the savings are passed on to renters or residents, or how much would the developer kind of be allowed to keep as an incentive?
In order to participate in this program, the developer must be able to demonstrate that the funding is providing increased affordability. So it might be that they have existing affordable housing units and that they're deepening affordability, so the rents will be lower than they would otherwise be, or that they're adding new affordable units to an existing development, or they're building an entire development of affordable housing. Each agreement is different and unique. It depends on the particular circumstances of the particular development. Some will be affordable housing for purchase, and some will be affordable housing for rent. And so BC Housing works with the developer to maximize the public benefit. And I also want to point out that there's very significant interest in this program. There's more than 90 developments across the province currently that BC Housing has received solicitations about participating with HousingHub funding. And so there's lots of demand and there's competition for the funding. In exchange for the funding, the developer provides a 10-year commitment around the affordability that will be delivered at the site. Obviously, if it's for purchase, that will be passed on to the initial purchaser, and if it's for rental, then the renters who are in the units will benefit from that.
Amy, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, it's interesting. Good to hear that demand. How do you determine which projects to support, and are you targeting areas where housing prices are more inflated than others?
So BC Housing will be evaluating the projects through a criteria that particularly emphasizes delivering the most affordable housing possible. So that means number of units as well as depth of affordability. So a project that delivers more units that are affordable, or that delivers more affordability in terms of the cost of the unit, whether for rent or purchase, will be preferred. And they will also be looking at it through a geographic lens to ensure that the benefit of the program is distributed across the province. There's really not a community in our province that isn't facing some aspect of the housing crisis, although it looks different in different communities.
And that's all we have time for today. Thank you very much to the ministers. Thank you very much for everyone on the line. Have a great day.
All right, so as you heard that they want to bring an end in British Columbia to the idea that middle-income families are just priced completely out of the housing market, and it's becoming a real problem there. They want to end that problem and help people get ahead and live well. The federal government this week on October 15th has made an announcement about a program that will help the immigration of essential workers, help them find the right paperwork if they're already in the country so that they can have permanent residency and contribute to our communities with the work that they actually do. So let's listen to what was said in this announcement.
Bonjour tout le monde, merci de vous joindre à nous aujourd'hui pour cette annonce importante. En tant que secrétaire parlementaire pour le ministre de l'Immigration, Réfugiés et Citoyenneté Canada, c'est un plaisir de vous accueillir de façon virtuelle cet après-midi. Today, we announce new public policies to establish a one-time pathway for temporary to permanent residency. Je suis accompagné du ministre de l'Immigration, Réfugiés et Citoyenneté Canada, l'honorable Marco Mendicino. Let me also introduce our guests, who are all great examples of exemplary integration and success in Canada. Ms. Shaladi Gupta is a registered nurse in Ontario since 2011. She is an internationally educated nurse from India and has many years of experience working in long-term care homes, surgery clinics, and community college as a nurse educator. Dr. Joseph Wong studied medicine at McGill University and later in New York City before returning to Canada after graduation. In 1994, he opened up the Yi Hong Center, which offers culturally appropriate care for more than 15,000 seniors across the Greater Toronto area, and he's been recognized many times for for his contributions. Dr. Mohammed Al-Mansab is currently the Cardiac Surgery Fellow at the Toronto General Hospital. He graduated from Guangxi Medical University in 2004 and practiced in different countries before coming to Canada in 2018. And finally, Mr. Joe Wong, who is currently the University of Toronto Vice President International, as well as a professor in the Department of Political Science. He is the Ralph and Roz Halbert Professor of Innovation at the Munk School of Global Affairs and has held the Canada Research Chair in Democratization, Health and Development for 2 full terms ending in 2016. C'est un plaisir pour moi de maintenant passer la parole à notre ministre, Marco Mendicino. Monsieur le Ministre, je pense que vous êtes en sourdine. I believe you're on mute, Minister.
It's got to happen at least once every session. Merci, Peter, et bon après à tout le monde. Je suis très heureux d'avoir l'opportunité pour une discussion très importante sur le dossier d'immigration. Thank you, Peter. And as we begin this important discussion and announcement today, I want to begin by acknowledging that I'm joining you virtually from the territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit. And I am so excited to have 4 esteemed guests who themselves have lived the experience of coming to Canada, starting a career, contributing to the economy, contributing to their communities in one of the most important sectors right now, and that is, of course, the healthcare sector. And so what we would hope we do against the backdrop of this important discussion and announcement which is coming is have a conversation with the 4 of you around your own experiences, your own journey in coming to Canada, and what you see is the significance of this announcement for future newcomers and those who are already here in Canada, who are taking the same steps as each and every one of you. So perhaps I'll start with you, Dr. Al-Mansab. I know that you have a very internationally flavored education yourself, but you chose Canada. And you are now here in Canada, and you are now working on the front lines of the hospital. Maybe you could shed some light on why it is that of all of the countries in the world, you decided to come to Canada. And I'm sorry, but I think Dr. Mansub, you're also on mute.
Sorry. It happens.
It happens.
Thank you very much for Mr. Minister and for this conversation. Through you, I would like to say thank you to the Canadian government for opening the doors and welcoming the immigrants and providing them with opportunities and homes. So for me, I have had education in a couple of countries. I started in my home country, Yemen. Then I moved to China, where I had my medical school and training. Then after that, I moved to Saudi Arabia. I practiced a couple of years. But at the time, my country erupted civil war, which I believe you hear it every day in the news. It is one of the worst humanitarian situation, if not in the history, is in the current days. So given that I don't have a stable home, I had to find a safe and stable place for my career and also for my kids. Among many places, personally, my sister and my extended family, they live in the United States, and they are U.S. citizens. But and I've been there many times. In my own impression, Canada is very welcoming. The society is very diverse and multicultural. More welcoming, warm welcome to the immigrants. So I decided that Canada would be the safest and the optimal place for me to find a safe place for me and for my kids.
And so you are currently at Toronto General Hospital, where you've been since July 2020. But before that, you also spent some time in Halifax as well, I understand, out in Atlantic Canada. And I imagine that was an experience as well.
Yes. And before that, I've been for a year in Montreal. Then I found a position in Halifax. It's a very nice place. I would say it is in the peripheries of Canada, but it's very nice. I wouldn't expect that Arabic would be the second most spoken language in Halifax. I thought we're going to a very periphery area in Canada, but I was shocked that they have Arabic radio, they have mosques, they have schools, and as I said, Arabic was the second most common spoken language in Halifax after English.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mansoub, and certainly your experience and the diversity that you have seen and are now part of within the fabric of our communities really reinforces why you chose Canada. And we are very grateful that you did and are now here and working in Toronto on the front lines at a particular moment when we need people like you and the others that I'm going to come to. And perhaps now I'll turn to Ms. Gupta. And I know that you as well have had an incredible journey in coming to Canada, and your chosen profession was to become a nurse. But now you are helping others as well come into that profession. And perhaps you can tell us a little bit about how the pandemic and the challenges have really shone a light on the contributions of newcomers, despite all of the other adversity that they often face in just coming to Canada. We need you to come off of mute. I think it would be great if all of our guests today started off on mute, just so we keep the pattern going. That'd be fantastic.
Thank you. And it's a great honor to be here to speak on behalf of thousands of incredible temporary foreign workers and internationally educated nurses who have contributed immensely in this pandemic. And, myself, I had migrated to Canada, as Peter mentioned, in 2009, and I had worked in different areas and many years of experience. Internationally educated nurses contributed immensely during this COVID crisis and bravely stepped up and put themselves in harm's way. I personally know hundreds of nurses who have left their jobs in Tim Hortons, McDonald's, and worked as nurse aides, development service workers, RPNs, and registered nurses in several healthcare facilities across Canada. And a change in status is actually transformational for temporary foreign workers in many ways. Instead of packing suitcases and returning back to their countries or becoming discouraged and ending up working at Tim Hortons, they can actually put down roots here in Canada and more fully contribute in Canada in a wide range of roles, including in our hospitals and care homes. I have nurses that I know who actually worked in those long-term care homes where military was deployed, and they're registered nurses. And once their permanent resident status is obtained, they can explore more careers and they can further their education more easily, and have the certainty ahead of them that will allow them to start their own businesses one day in healthcare, because we need a lot of innovation. And Canada is an immigration paradise for me, because when I got my permanent resident status in 2013, I could buy my home at lower interest rate and study in university for further education, paying less tuition fees, and starting my own business. So the skills and expertise will be channelized and utilized for the betterment of economy and future of Canadian healthcare system. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, both for choosing Canada, but also for your contributions as a nurse and now helping others to join that profession. And, there were a couple of things that you said that really struck a chord with me, and that was that a change in status is transformational. And it really addresses some of that uncertainty that for many newcomers who are here on a temporary basis still face, and particularly now in the midst of the pandemic. And maybe now I can turn it over to Dr. Joseph Wong to expand a little bit on that, and to also talk about your own journey, but equally to address the transition of a newcomer from someone who is here as a temporary worker or as an international student to becoming a permanent resident. And what does that mean on an individual basis for that individual, for the person who is here to take those steps in becoming Canadian?
Thank you very much, Mr. Minister. I am happy to share my experience with all. Actually, I studied engineering at McGill, and I took medicine in Albert Einstein in New York City. So I had a very clear choice whether I could and I would stay in the United States or come back to Canada. So I make a very conscious choice of coming back to Canada to practice, because I love the social system in Canada. It's a universal medical care, so people have the rights to access to proper medical care without a lot of money in their pockets. So irrespective of your wealth, you could get very good and proper medical care in Canada. That's what I care. That is why I come back, despite greener pasture on south of the border. So it is a clear conscious choice that I chose to come back. And I have been back for over 46 years now. And I have been a family physician and working in downtown Toronto. And in 1987, I started to create Yihong Center for Geriatric Care because I saw a lot of suffering in nursing homes that could not understand the language and the culture and the spiritual needs of residents of Chinese descent in downtown Toronto. So the first Yihong Center was established in 1994, and within the subsequent years, Yihong became the largest geriatric care center in Canada, non-profit geriatric care center in Canada and in the whole of North America. So we are extremely proud of our achievement. So, but the achievement is based on a lot of teamwork. So I saw it firsthand about how new immigrants and newcomers in this country contributing to various levels of our excellent healthcare system in Canada. So a lot of PSWs and nursing practitioners. So I agree with Ms. Gupta very much that these people, they should be able to utilize what they learn, their own knowledge to the fields that they have the most to offer, and they could satisfy them the most potential in Canada. And Canada is a land of opportunity, no question about it. I experience it, and I think that Canada gives us the kind of the elements of success everybody could succeed in Canada. So from my work in Yihong Center and also in geriatric care, because Canada is aging like everywhere else, so we do have a big seniors coming on board who require different services. And for Ontario alone, in the next 15 years, we have to create 30,000 new long-term care beds. And from what I could appreciate, Ontario would need to produce or would need upward of 200,000 new PSWs to help us in our healthcare system. And across Canada, it is at least 500,000 new PSWs that we would require. We cannot produce all by our own. I think that accepting new immigrants, recruiting new immigrants and newcomers in Canada is the key to go. Without those people coming to help us, we would have a horrible system. We would not be able to sustain good quality medical care and good quality personal care to our aging population in Canada. So I'm very glad to see that, Mr. Minister, that you are announcing a very innovative plan to recruit more of these people so that we could train them. Now, Yihong is starting a training college. We are running for a few terms already, producing more PSWs from various languages. We are not serving only Chinese Canadians alone. We are serving Japanese, Filipino, and South Asians, and very soon we are helping the Vietnamese community and the Korean-speaking community to start their own nursing homes. And all these people, all these facilities would need PSW, would need a lot of management people, nurses, and various healthcare professionals in different ranks. So I'm very happy to see what you are doing today. You are safeguarding the healthcare and the health services of our seniors population. So this is an extremely good news to us.
Dr. Wong, you have touched on so many important things in your comments, and the one thing I want to begin by saying is that your journey really has come full circle. As a newcomer who took up an education but then traveled south of the border, and then making a conscious choice to come back because of the uniquely Canadian quality of life and hallmarks which we enjoy, including universal health care, which is so important, particularly now at this juncture as we face a pandemic, but equally as our challenges demographically because of the declining birth rate are increasingly pressing, which is why I'm inspired by your work in providing health care to our seniors and our retirees. And you recognize, as I think everybody on this panel does, and I hope the vast majority of Canadians, that our path to prosperity, that Canada's path to prosperity lies through immigration, because newcomers like you who will come and roll up their sleeves and contribute and give back in our healthcare sector and in many other vital areas of the economy are the key to our long-term prosperity. And maybe what I can do now is turn to our final guest, who is Professor Joseph Wong from the University of Toronto, to maybe widen the lens a little bit more for our viewers. We've heard about why newcomers choose Canada. And we've heard about how in the midst of the pandemic, newcomers are stepping up despite the adversity and the challenges of coming here. And we heard from Dr. Wong about the importance of having permanent status and giving back, particularly to the healthcare sector. But what does it mean for all of Canada? And can you give us your thoughts about how this announcement today will be important for individual newcomers, but also to really drive that long-term path to prosperity for all Canadians?
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Minister. It's a real pleasure to be on this call and also with my esteemed colleagues on this panel. And first of all, I just want to say, Dr. Wong, it's a real honor to meet you. Over the course of my career, I have been congratulated mistakenly for many of your achievements. And so I'm grateful for that, but I'm also really honored. The work that you have done in the community is legendary. It's terrific. It's reflective of precisely the kinds of values that we seek here in Canada. Second, I myself was born and raised in Canada, in Quebec, and raised in Brampton, although educated in the U.S., and returned to Toronto to start my career as a professor at U of T. My parents, however, were immigrants, and the stories that we've heard this morning, I think, reflect the ongoing journey that folks have had since, and indeed, I think, reflect the really positive experiences. My parents were educated in East Asia, the UK, and the US. My father was an engineer here for 40 years, and my mother, trained as a teacher, actually was a champion of the Heritage Language Program in the was a real pioneer in terms of Chinese language training. Very excited about the coming announcement. As everybody here knows, our ability as a country to retain global talent impacts our ability to attract global talent. And from the university's perspective, this is one of the most I think, pivotal entry points into our country. This commitment on one level, I think, reflects our values and our principled commitment to immigration and diversity and all the work that we do to promote inclusion as well. But I think in terms of the hard facts, if we look, for instance, just in the university sector, our international students contribute upwards of about $22 billion per year into the economy. Our graduates, of course, then continue to contribute to the economy as consumers, as producers of knowledge, in the creator of jobs, and so forth. As well, this is an extraordinary opportunity for us to bring together global talent and global skills. As we continue to develop our knowledge economy, we know that it's imperative that we draw talent from around the world and expertise from around the world. And this is absolutely integral to our long-term strategy in terms of the economy, but also in the near term as well. And last thing I would say, in terms of the international students that we have at the university, and specifically I can speak to the University of Toronto, it's not only an extraordinary opportunity for international students to be studying here and to have the opportunities that are available to them afterwards, it's an extraordinary opportunity for all our students. What a terrific privilege and opportunity it is for our Canadian students to be interacting with, to be learning with, to be sharing with international students who bring with them different points of view, varied perspectives, different lived experiences, and so forth. And so when we think about our student body, and I know I speak on behalf of the entire post-secondary education sector here, it's not just about the incoming international students, but it's the impact that they have in our classrooms and our labs. And indeed, it prepares all of our students, our future young leaders, professionals, workers, and so forth, to really enter into an economy, a Canadian economy that's globalized, that's diverse, that has to be respectful of different cultures and traditions. So I would say, again, as an educator, as a professor, what a privilege it is for us to have all of these international students, and what an amazing opportunity it is for us to attract even more of them by assuring them a pathway that they're able to continue to reside and to continue to develop themselves in our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wong. And I would say that on behalf of both of the Joseph Wongs who are on today's panel, that you both enjoy the benefit of a name that imports with it great distinction and exceptional contributions in the scholarly field and in the health field and in the community. So you could pick a worse name to be mistaken for Professor Wong, but really underlining the importance and the significance of the contribution of international students to Canada. And I have often highlighted the importance of international students to our economy in a typical year, over $21 billion to the GDP. But as you point out, it's much more than that. It's the diversity. It's the varied experiences of students who come from all over the world who really do enhance, I think, the caliber of education that they partake in our campuses here in Canada, including at the University of Toronto. And I do want to take a moment to really highlight the strong collaboration and cooperation that we have received from the University of Toronto and so many other universities and colleges right across the country so that we could keep this corridor open. And as a result, I do believe that we will continue to accelerate our economic recovery, and that following the announcement today, those that graduate from an institution here in Canada, that they will have a fast pathway to permanent residence, which will indeed drive that long-term path to prosperity. To the four of you, I'll just say in conclusion, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for choosing Canada. Thank you for lending all of your energy and your enthusiasm and your passion for immigration and for essentially protecting the promise that Canada offers those around the world. I have found this to be a very positive discussion amidst a very challenging time, and that is really the backdrop that we do find ourselves against. But it is because of your work and because of your belief in Canada and because of the way in which you are sharing your experiences in your professions and in your lives that I think we all have good reason to be optimistic about the future of Canada. And today's announcement will be one more step along that important path. So in closing, let me just say thank you very much.
Thank you. To end this, I would like to say this will be an amazing news coming up in short time. And for all those nurses who are working in Tim Hortons, your journey from bagel to needle is going to be a quick solution, this innovative pathway. Thank you.
I couldn't have concluded it on better words. Merci beaucoup, tout le monde. Thank you very much for participating in today's discussion.
We have been told several times by different levels of public health that we should not travel and that we should stay at home and we should enjoy the things that are around us. The BC Parks has announced new funding to help maintain the parks and help to retain some of the backcountry areas and everything for us to enjoy. It does come with a warning. If you live local to a park, hey, great, enjoy. They are actually asking, because some of the communities that are near some of the parks and everything, that we don't travel great lengths to get to the park, that we are actually staying within our local areas and that we enjoy the parks that are local to us and not travel great distances to get to a park. So but it's great that they are announcing funding to help maintain the parks and to help preserve the great sites that we have in British Columbia. So let's listen to what they actually have to say and about what they're going to do for the parks.
Acknowledging that I'm joining you from the traditional territories of the Musqueam, the Squamish, and the Wet'suwet'en Nations. The last 14 months has been incredibly hard on people around the world, including right here in British Columbia. We've learned a lot of things about community and about each other, but one of the things that I think has come through as a strong lesson is how important British Columbians find the opportunity to get fresh air, to be out in nature, and to connect with family and friends in a natural setting. We've heard lots of calls for more funding for BC parks, more campsites, more outdoor recreation activities and opportunities generally. So it's my pleasure today to announce that over the next 3 years, we'll be investing $83 million in BC Parks operating and capital budgets. This additional funding will accomplish a lot of things. It'll support current operations for the parks and our facilities maintenance, construction of new campgrounds, as well as additional campsites and amenities at existing campgrounds. Up to 100 new campsites can be developed every year in areas of the highest demand. We're also planning to enhance our trails and improve accessibility for people, whether they're using strollers or they're in wheelchairs or they have other accessibility challenges. We want BC Parks and nature to be for everyone. We're going to invest in maintaining existing facilities and infrastructure, as well as hiring more staff to enhance the stewardship of our parks. These investments will also support local businesses and the provincial economy by creating employment opportunities and the opportunity to provide services to the park system. We know British Columbians care deeply about our fantastic BC park system, and they want us, the government, to protect and manage the park system effectively, as well as expand it. This budget increase builds on some recent funding that we introduced as part of our recovery program, Stronger BC, where we invested $5 million in infrastructure projects in 24 different provincial parks. We upgraded drinking water systems, boat launches, campgrounds, as well as cultural interpretation centers and the backcountry. During the last 4 years, we've added over 1,500 campsites to provincial parks and rec sites with the highest demand areas in British Columbia. we're opening a fully serviced 90-site campground in Manning Park this year. We know that investing in BC parks keeps them secure and also provides an ongoing natural legacy for years to come for all British Columbians, for our children, and for our grandchildren, and for all the people that sometime in the future we are going to welcome back to British Columbia. I'd now like to ask Parliamentary Secretary Kelly Green to say some words.
I'm coming to you today from Richmond, the traditional and unceded territory of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. Today is a great day for the many, many British Columbians who enjoy our world-class park system. This past year has shown how important our provincial parks are to our culture, our health, and our pride in our province. The pandemic has limited our social interactions and disrupted our leisure activities, changed our work routines. But that's why so many British Columbians are taking advantage of our spectacular outdoors. It's a reminder of how important it is to protect and enhance our parks so that all British Columbians can enjoy what our parks have to offer. My mandate as Parliamentary Secretary for Environment recognized this heightened importance of the well-being we receive from interacting with nature in the context of the pandemic. My task, along with Minister Heyman, is to guide work to create new campgrounds, trails, and protected areas and improve park infrastructure. Today, we're doing that. This is a significant investment in new campsites, expanded trail systems, and stronger management of our parks. I'm excited that this year, more than 180 new campsites are being added to BC parks, and that's on top of the 1,500 sites added to BC parks and rec sites in the past 4 years. It means more people will be able to enjoy staying in some of the most beautiful parks in the world. As importantly, this funding will help us maintain our parks to make sure that we protect our environment and ensure our park visitors get the best experience possible. Our parks are so important to who we are as British Columbians. They reflect our love for our awe-inspiring natural areas. They contribute to our physical and mental health and well-being. They provide another way for us to learn about Indigenous culture and teachings, and during the pandemic, they've offered a safe way for people to connect with our spectacular environment. I'm very proud of our BC parks, and I'm looking forward to the benefits that our investment today will bring. Back to you, Minister Heyman.
Thanks so much, Kelly. It's so great to have somebody who is focused on our BC park system as part of their day-to-day responsibilities. I'd now like to call on Anita McPhee, the Executive Director of the BC chapter of the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. Anita?
Ushia, Dinasotia, Chiona Justini, Dutsama Justini, and Tegishkwan Justini. My name is Anita McPhee, and I'm from the Tahltan and Tlingit Nations. I'm the Executive Director for Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society. I'm honored to be here. I'm coming to you live from Squamish Nation territory, Capilano. I want to personally thank Minister Heyman and Parliamentary Secretary Green for this historic announcement. I'm happy to see you supporting conservation and making wildlife a priority. That just warms my heart. We're so excited. This is a historic investment in parks. Over the past year, we've seen how important parks are to people. We depend on healthy wild spaces for our physical and mental health. I know for myself personally, I welcome this news, and many other mothers are welcoming this, and many families, so we can get outside in a safe and healthy way. When I think about a good future for parks, it includes many of the promises that have already been made. Trails that are safe and maintained, staff that feel supported in their jobs, Indigenous knowledge embedded into the stories that make up our protected areas. I know for myself as an Indigenous person, I know how important tourism is to our community and to British Columbians, and parks help support tourism. And I say Maduk. Parks benefit everything and everyone. Wildlife and landscapes are in trouble across the province. Protected areas help to protect us. They help to prepare us for a healthy future. I personally want to thank you, Minister Heyman, and Parliamentary Secretary Green for protecting Mount Zaitza. As a Tahltan, this place is very special to me. It's where our obsidian is, and it's very sacred. And I want to say Madhu for last week's announcement. Madhu Cho, big thank you. This momentous budget for BC Parks is a step towards restoring damaged ecosystems, creating safe wildlife habitat, and nurturing future environmental stewards. Today's announcement is the result of years of hard work. I want to acknowledge all the partners who have worked so hard to get to this incredible moment. And I again want to thank Minister Heyman and Parliamentary Secretary Green for your leadership on this issue. I look forward to working with you and your teams as we collaborate on an equitable and accessible park system that will support people now and for generations to come. Madhu Cho. Madhu Cho. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anita, and thank you and everyone who works to advocate for BC Parks, for conservation, for protected areas, and for maintaining the rich biodiversity of our province for generations to come. I think we're ready for questions. Marlene?
As a reminder to reporters on the phone, please press *1 to enter the queue. You will be limited to one question and one follow-up. Please also remember to take your phone off mute. You will not be audible until your name is called. Our first question today is from Les Lane at Victoria Times. Please go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Minister, it's about a year ago you closed the parks entirely because of, obviously, the pandemic. Is there any contemplation, or are you aware of any discussion about any restrictions or curtailments on park access, given the COVID numbers?
We've implemented a number of measures, Les, including creating greater space by limiting the number of campsites in some parks, as well as the number of people who can be in a campsite. As you know, we've restricted reservations in BC Parks to residents of BC to carry through for reservations past the Labor Day long weekend. But we're also very importantly telling British Columbians to pay attention on a daily basis to the direction and advice of the provincial health officer. And right now, that's stay in your own community, stay in your own neighborhood. So people who are lucky enough to have a park in their immediate vicinity may use that as an opportunity to get out, to expose themselves and their family to fresh air, to the beauty of the outside. We are all hopeful the time comes when we can travel more widely, but we're monitoring the situation every day, and we follow the advice of the provincial health officer, as well as consulting with our office about whether the measures we are taking are adequate. I'm not going to speculate on what direction the pandemic may take in the future. We're all hoping that everybody lessens their number of social interactions so we can keep the number of infections at or hopefully below where we are in the last few days. We know that we don't want to see our health system overwhelmed. We don't want to see more damage to our economy or small businesses or working people. We don't want more people to get sick. So like everyone else in British Columbia, we're following the advice of medical health, and we will take the precautions that are necessary, but nothing specific is planned today more than what we have in place now.
Les, do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, thanks. Does your analysis or count of the reservations to date confirm that essentially the people only nearby the park should be using the campsites, or have you analyzed it to that extent?
It's harder to analyze British Columbians' movement around the province. We know, for instance, lots of people were taking ferries during spring break. We can't speculate on how much of that was essential and how much of that was travel. What we do know from spot audits we did over the Easter weekend was, in terms of people from out of province coming or trying to make reservations, we had a well over 99% compliance rate with reservations. And when we called some numbers where we weren't sure if people were residents of BC, a number of people voluntarily canceled their the reservations. So I would say our reliance on giving advice and voluntary compliance with the reservation system has been exceptionally high. And of course, in every aspect of daily life in British Columbia, we want people to be safe. We want them to understand the risks that are ahead if we don't follow the advice of the provincial health officer. We need to get more people vaccinated, and we need to hold infection rates down. And we're going to do whatever we can and whatever the provincial health officer advises to assist in that effort.
Our next question today is from Andrew Kuriata, CBC News.
Hi, Minister Heyman. You put out a statement earlier this morning about MLA Rustad of the BC Liberals. Just to clarify, are you demanding that he be kicked out of the BC Liberal caucus?
What I'm calling for is for leader Shirley Bond to make clear that her party and her caucus understands that we're in a climate crisis, that climate change is real, and that climate change is caused by human activity. Yesterday, John Rustad refused to say that he believed climate change was real, and he refused to say that he believed it was caused by human activity. So today I called on Shirley Bond to demand that John Rustad make his position clear, and hopefully he makes it clear that he does believe that climate change is real, and we need to do things to fight it. If she doesn't do that, she's essentially admitting that the big tent of the BC Liberal Party has lots of room for climate change deniers.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I think I'd like to follow up on Les's question, which is about checking to see whether people are traveling from outside of their health regions, because we're getting this message that you shouldn't, but at the same time people are being served up ads encouraging them to go visit BC parks. So is there no way for rangers or people booking or anything to even just ask and advise people whether they are planning on leaving their local community, and if they are at least advising not to do that rather than just allowing people to travel around the province, which is clearly something that we're seeing?
Well, people who are choosing to travel are choosing to travel for a variety of reasons, and universally public health and our government are encouraging people to stay local. Since the day we opened the reservation system, I've been very clear. The direction for now is limit yourself to essential travel or stay very close to home. And we repeat that. We keep repeating it. It's up on our website. We have lots of things to do in BC parks and conservation officers to keep communities and people safe on a number of fronts. We are taking every opportunity there is to advise British Columbians to stay close to home. Once they've made that travel, I think the purpose is defeated. So we want to get the message out to people before they load up their car and travel beyond their immediate vicinity of their home community.
Our next question is from Colton Davies, Radio NL. Please go ahead.
Hi, Minister. Thanks for doing this. And just to add, you've been talking a lot about, campsites and travel related. You've been asked a lot. I just wanted to ask too, obviously it's an honor system for people outside of BC to not book until July 8th. Could this potentially be looked at? Has there been any advice from health officials to perhaps change that or postpone any out-of-province campers from being able to book, whether it's July 8th or later, considering, the spike in COVID-19 cases that we're seeing and the data showing that we're on track to see significantly more cases?
There's been no advice to date. We're monitoring the situation, as is the Provincial Health Office, on a regular, virtually daily basis. If we get to the point where we're seeing infection rates rising in British Columbia and Canada, I think all governments in Canada will be advising people very strongly to stay at home, and other measures may be taken. Last year, we called people from out of province and asked them to voluntarily cancel their reservations, and they did. In huge numbers, very high percentages. Let's see what the future brings. July 8th is a little ways away yet.
Colton, did you have a follow-up?
Yes, and I appreciate that answer. I just wanted to ask something a little more closer to Kamloops, and that's will the province pay to repair Clearwater River Road? It's been washed out since July 1st of last year, and it's a road near Wells Great Park, and there's private businesses and a few private property owners who are impacted by that washout, and it remains impassable. Volunteers were set up to do it, but they're no longer able to. So just wondering if the province might step in and pay and do that work.
We have a real interest in seeing that road fixed. fixed, and we've been working with the mayor as well as the volunteer local groups to try to get that road fixed. Unfortunately, the reason the volunteers weren't able to do it is some engineering instability was found that made it a very complicated and not practical fix. We're now working on it, looking for an alternative route. We know it's important to people. We want to get it fixed, but it also has to be safe. And whatever fix we put in place has to be one that will stand the test of time and not fail again.
Okay, and we're actually coming to the end of the show, and the BC NDP government is supporting the Wet'suwet'en Nation on the title rights and negotiations of their land. The province is providing the Wet'suwet'en hereditary chiefs with $7.22 million in funding to work towards implementing their title rights. The funding will be used to support the Wet'suwet'en governances, to engage in unity building activities, and to facilitate ongoing discussions related to the 2020 Memorandum of Understanding. The 3-year funding commitment will support the Wet'suwet'en in their work on governance and share goals of reunification within the Wet'suwet'en Nation. The Office of the Wet'suwet'en Houses and Clans will undertake an internal engagement process to advance unity building. So, unity among us is going to be very important as we move forward, of course, with the pandemic. We've heard Dr. Tedros talk about solidarity, and we've heard from Dr. Tamman and Dr. Bonnie Henry about how we need to stand together and with the public health measures to help end the pandemic. Also look for other reports that we may have at depictions.media on other politicians that are trying to help get more information out to the public about ways that we can protect ourselves from the virus, and also trying to ensure that our governments are engaging in equitable sharing of the burden of COVID-19 with fair shutdowns to industries and fair bailouts and things, so that all of us weather the storm equally and together. So, you've been listening to Policy and Race here on Depictions Media. My name is Michael Clogs, and I want to thank you for listening to Depictions Media. Follow our blog at depictions.media, and make sure that you do find that subscribe button wherever it may be on your screen. So, and click on our contact button to tell us how we can help. This show has been produced by Depictions Media. Please contact us at depictions.media for more information.